in the maritime sector, as well as the designation of seafarers as key workers during the height of the global pandemic. These are clear demonstrations of his commitment to a sustainable and equitable maritime future. Also, we cannot mention the marked progress of the decarbonization initiatives in the maritime sector without commending Mr. Kit-Teck Lim's leadership and those supporting him in shaping the revised IMO strategy on reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from ships, which emanated from the Maritime Environmental Protection Committee's work in July this year. As we embark on this journey, it is crucial to acknowledge that member states are at varying stages of their decarbonization journey. It has also been recognized that technological innovation and the global introduction of alternative fuels or energy sources for shipping will be integral to achieve the overall ambition. Hence, in striving for a decarbonized maritime sector, we must be pragmatic and avoid a one-size-fits-all approach. I firmly believe member states must intensify collaboration in the sharing of knowledge, technology, and resources to foster our cooperative spirit and provide clarity to the industry. Nations with access to advanced green technologies should support in overcoming barriers to entry in the journey, hence ensuring that no nation is left behind and that the burden of responsibility is shared equitably. Brunei Darussalam is committed towards cooperating with the international community to address the issue of climate change. As a case in point, I'm pleased to share that our national LNG carrier, Brunei Gas Carriers, was proud to be part of a trial initiative to ship the first carbon-neutral LNG cargo for both Brunei LNG and Osaka Gas via a carbon offset mechanism utilizing high-quality carbon credits from a global portfolio of nature-based projects back in 2021. President, Secretary General, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates, as we approach a significant moment in our maritime history, I'm proud to highlight that Brunei Darussalam will be celebrating her 40th anniversary as an IMO member state next year. One notable achievement worth mentioning is the substantial headway Brunei Darussalam has made in finalizing the implementation of IMSA's audit corrective actions. We have diligently addressed identified areas for improvement, strengthening our maritime infrastructure and operational practices. The marked progress made thus far signify our commitment to creating a thriving maritime industry that is both safer and more environmentally sustainable. This brings me to also share Brunei Darussalam's pledge to provide support to IMO's work through tiered funding for the delivery of original activity concerning the compensation conventions in 2024. Before concluding, allow me to convey my sincerest congratulations to Mr. Arsenio Dominguez for his appointment as the incoming IMO Secretary General. I join distinguished delegates today to express my full confidence in his capability to further the IMO's noble mission. We look forward to working with you in pursuit of these goals. On my final note, I wish Council members who are seeking election success and look forward to see your leadership flourish to continuously improve the safety and security of shipping, protection of the maritime environment, and promotion of capacity building. My best wishes to all delegations for a productive assembly ahead. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency, Minister for Transport and Info Communications of Brunei Darussalam, Mr. Datu Seri Satya Shambari Pengiran, and my sincere apologies to you, sir. And now I have the honor of calling upon His Excellency Mr. James J. Bautista, Secretary of Transportation of the Philippines. You have the floor, sir.
Your Excellency, Vice President of the Assembly, Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization, Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The Philippines has been a member of IMO since 1964 and a member of the IMO Council since 1989, collaborating with various IMO member states, participating, contributing, and benefiting from different IMO programs and initiatives. We have consistently displayed our commitment to fulfill our obligations under various international conventions to promote safety of navigation and protection of marine environment. As an archipelagic nation with 7,641 islands and more than 35,000 kilometers of coastline, we highly depend on maritime transport to connect our islands and communities with the rest of the world, promoting global trade and tourism. It is our undeniable reputation as top global source of skilled seafarers that prompts us to strongly advocate for sustainable shipping as well as reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. We share the goal of achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions in the maritime sector by year 2050. This is part of the holistic maritime strategy that we are pursuing as embodied in our 10-year Maritime Industry Development Plan, which includes, among others, strengthening our shipbuilding industry, being the world's 5th largest shipbuilding nation. As of 2021, we have a total of 116 shipyards and have constructed 569 ships for domestic use and built 47 ships for export. We are likewise anticipating the evolution of new types of crew positions arising from new technologies in ship operations. To be able to adapt to technological innovations, we need to reskill our Filipino seafarers by upscaling our training programs. Global partnerships will allow us to benchmark the shift to a revised educational program. This is imperative if we intend to remain top choice of highly competent seafarers. We regard as important the March 31, 2023 decision of the European Commission to continue recognizing the certificates of training we issued to Filipino seafarers after the Commission conducted a detailed assessment of our training and certification system, as well as the serious measures undertaken to comply with the requirements. To protect and promote the welfare of our Filipino seamen, we have instituted appropriate mechanisms such as bilateral agreements with 51 countries that recognize the training of our seafarers in accordance with the International Convention on the Standards of Training, Certification, and Watchkeeping for Seafarers. It is also important to note that the Philippines is the first member state recognized by the International Labour Organization to fully comply with the international requirements of Seafarers' Identity Documents Convention of 2003. Based on the Philippine maritime industry's track record of accomplishments, our commitment at ensuring the well-being of 1.3 million Filipino maritime professionals remains steadfast. These competent men and women have put their trust in us that we can transform the Philippine maritime industry to be progressive, safe, sustainable, environmentally sound, and future-ready green marine industry. To sustain all this, we thus seek re-election to the IMO Council under Category C for the 2024-2025 biennium. We believe our re-election will allow us to continue contributing to the global maritime industry, not just as top provider of top-caliber seafarers, but also at promoting safe and secure shipping operations geared towards modernization, resiliency, and sustainability. Your vote for the Philippines in the IMO Council symbolizes your confidence in the Philippines as a strong maritime nation and a testament to the warm relations between our peoples. Thank you and mabuhay.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Jaime Batista, Secretary of Transportation of Philippines, and congratulate Philippines on its seafarers and shipbuilding credentials. I now have the honor of inviting His Excellency Mr. Budi Karya Sumadi, Minister for Transportation of Indonesia. You have the floor, sir.
Madam President, congratulations to your election as a President of this Assembly. Your leadership will greatly promote IMO mandates. I also wish to pay tribute Secretary General Itaklim for the dedication in the skillfully steering IMO through difficult time during COVID-19. And my congratulations goes to Mr. Arsenio Dominguez as a new IMO Secretary General. I am sure that under this great leadership, IMO will further strengthen its role. Madam President, as the last Asia-Pacific country, Indonesia will continue playing its crucial role as a shipping lane and hub for the international trade. Under President Joko Widodo, Global Maritime Forum Vision, Indonesia prioritized maritime connectivity policies to enhance logistics, reduce price disparity, and stimulate economic growth. We are proud that despite the COVID pandemic last year, UNTAC ranks Indonesia among top 20 countries in the world and termed the best port performance, handling its effort and reduces waiting time for the container ship and improvement port connectivity and digitization. As part of our commitment on enhancing maritime environment protection, last year we ratified the 1990 International Convention on the Oil Pollution Preparedness, Response and Cooperation, and participant in the various projects such as the Glow Rolling and Glow Flare project. In line with the IMO greenhouse gas strategy, Indonesia mandated the application of shipping industry energy efficient and renewable energy measures. This includes ship renewal, the use of the solar navigation aid, and mandatory fuel consumption report and the acceleration of the electrification of port facility as well as establishment of green port. To enhance shipping automation and digitalization, the maritime single window system was introduced. We also note increased number of smart and sustainable port as well as develop the marine autonomous surface ship code. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, a part of Global South Cooperation, we were happy to hold various training and capacity building for least developed country and small island developing states. They include, among others, work maritime single window training program for seafarer, port expert, marine inspector, and sea pilot project. We plan continue this program, including with the shared parties cooperation. A sustainability of the Convention on the International Organization for Maritime Aid to Navigation, Indonesia continues to promote the safety of navigation and marine environmental protection in the Strait of Malacca and Singapore. On IMO reform, we are now on progress of ratifying the amendment to the Convention on the IMO 2021. To conclude, Indonesia remains committed that part in strengthening the IMO and developing a sustainable world maritime sector. To this end, we will be honored to serve again as a council member under Category C to period of the 2024-2025. We look forward to your support to ensure stronger, professional, and efficient organization that balance economic development, international trade facilitation, safety, security, and environmental protection in international shipping. Thank you.
I thank the Honorable Minister of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Budi Karya Sumadi, for his statement. And I now have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Eduardo Rixi, Deputy Minister of Transport of Italy. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Excellencies, Secretary General, delegates, distinguished guests, it's our great privilege to be here today. I would like to convey to the Assembly my strong support to Italy's candidature to IMO Council. Italy is a country with a rich and consolidated maritime history. Its strategic location at the very center of the Mediterranean makes Italy a key player in international maritime affairs. Our industry, with long-standing tradition, excellencies of shipbuilding, navigation, and research, will bring invaluable expertise in innovation and maritime sector. We have demonstrated our attention upholding the highest standard in safety and environment protection. Our constructive, collaborative, and proactive approach is well appreciated to foster IMO goals of maintaining the highest standard of maritime safety, ensuring the free and secure use of the sea, promoting the efficiency of navigation and protection of maritime environment. Dear colleagues, we are committed to address global changes such as climate change, safety of navigation, and well-being of seafarers. Having realized a large number of maritime protection areas, Italy is actively engaged in the process of designating the entire maritime sea area as a sulfurous emission control area, as well as for designing northwest of Mediterranean as a particularly sensitive sea area. In the same vein, Italy fully supports the IMO action plan to address maritime plastic litter and the waste management approach based on research, efficiency, and circular economy. Considering the importance of this fleet and the size of its economy, Italy plays a leading role reducing GHG emissions. In line with the IMO regulation and standard, Italy has implemented measures to accelerate the safe use of biofuel, batteries, hydrogen, and ammonia, with the aim of decarbonization of the sector. We are also investing in a new infrastructure to promote onshore power supply, improving the energy efficiency on Italian ports to LNG and cold iron projects. Then, when it comes to innovation, we are ready to invest in cutting-edge technologies such as autonomous ships without losing the attention of the human factor. This is why the Italian seafarers, more than 30,000 people, have been recognized as key works by the Italian law. Another important strategic point is our fleet. Despite the downturns recorded in these recent years, the Italian merchant fleet, with approximately 14 million GT, continues to occupy leading position in the world. With a total economic impact of 2.1% of the Italian GDP, the Italian maritime engineering stands at the forefront innovation, safety and sustainability. My minister supports the achievement of sustainable maritime transport chain under all circumstances. To achieve these goals, we have adopted, implemented and improved the quality management since 2012. Thanks to the crucial role played by the Italian Coast Guard, in the current year, Italy has rescued around 150,000 people in SAR events located along the 8,000 kilometers of our national coast. Finally, Italian strong commitment in making ports more attractive and functional constituted to cornerstone for encouraging the role of promoting the blue economy. Dear friends, Italy's long-standing maritime heritage, commitment to safety, cooperative and a positive approach made it an ideal candidate to continue its work in the IMO Council. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency Eduardo Ruxe, particularly for finishing your speech exactly on the dot on 5 minutes. I now have the pleasure of inviting His Excellency Dr. Ali Hammy, Minister of Public Works and Transport of Lebanon. You have the floor, sir.
معالي الأمين العام للمنظمة البحرية الدولية نائب
Secretary General of the IMO, Vice President of the Assembly, Ministers, members and heads of delegations, may the blessings of God be with you. We are taking part in this session of the Assembly, but this time it differs from previous times. I address you today on behalf of my country, Lebanon, which has always been very proud to be part of this maritime organization. We have always been an active and effective member of the maritime community. I speak to you as a member of a country that always has held a key position and exceptional ports on the Mediterranean eastern coast. We are a country able to play a role of both destination and transit for the international maritime community, and we are at the very heart of global transport corridors. And we play this role in a world where all countries are stepping up the pace, pushed both by policies, politics, geopolitics, strategy, and their own interests. I speak to you on behalf of Lebanon, that has suffered many tragedies in recent times, a country which is hit by a devastating economic and financial crisis, devastating for its citizens, and a country, along with other countries in the world, suffered greatly from the COVID-19 pandemic, a country shaken by the tragedy of the explosion in the port of Beirut on the 4th of August 2020. This added yet another burden to those the country was already carrying. We are a country that has always rejected the aggression and the violations of Israel in our national skies, seas, and on land. And we are determined to face up to these on the basis of the United Nations Charter and of our own constitution, which fully rejects these violations. I come from a country that is full of capabilities and backed by the will of its people, and I state here that despair, frustration, abandonment and resignations are not in our vocabulary. Ladies and gentlemen, with this will and determination, our Public Works and Transport Ministry, having been granted its ministerial mandate in September 2021, has made qualitative progress in the port sector in Lebanon. We have established a 3-point plan with all 3 areas in parallel. Number 1, action, then secondly, reform, third, the development and improvement of services. And this has allowed us to make such progress. The port of Beirut, which was on its last legs after the fateful explosion, is back to its usual vitality. And once again, life is back thanks to activity in our ports. We now have up and running a container quay specialised in all areas of maritime transport. And we also have new laws reforming the port sector to make it more attractive in the eyes of both local and international private sector, but also to ensure it is absolutely indispensable for one of the most important international maritime routes. Now, I have spoken about the port of Beirut, but that does not mean that we are neglecting other Lebanese ports. We grant them the same level of importance. For example, Tripoli, which has the capacity at the moment to be a regional hub and is part and parcel of all the logistics supply chains because of all its advantages. It has a vast hinterland, the EEZ, and a strategic position, geopolitical strategic position when it comes to the economy of Lebanon and the neighbouring Arab countries. Ladies and gentlemen, our strategic vision for the different ports in Lebanon is based on the principle of complementarity between these ports, the ports along our coastline from the south to the north. There are, first of all, the 4 commercial ports, that is Beirut, Tripoli, Sidon and Tyre. And then we have tourist and oil ports as well. Our strategic vision defines the roles and the functions of all these ports on the basis of their specializations and their complementarity between them in order to ensure that they are competitive vis-à-vis other ports in the region, because we are in a world that is evolving rapidly at every level. Countries compete for oil and for gas, and that is why we are working to ensure that our port and maritime transport infrastructure is up and running, well equipped and ready. We are also working hard to ensure that we are building other specialised facilities and installations in the port sector along our coast, and all of this with the aim to attract a number of specialised companies in different areas to our shores. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, we would like to restate Lebanon's commitment to all the standards and conventions of the IMO in conformity with our own sovereignty over our own maritime sector. We would like to thank the organisation for their invitation, and we wish the organisation the very best and all the success in the maritime sector and the success of all its instruments. Thank you very much indeed.
I thank His Excellency Dr. Ali Hami, the Minister of Public Works and Transport of Lebanon, for his statement, and also our hearts go out to those who were killed and also the loss of life and property at the port of Beirut in 2020. I now have the pleasure of inviting Her Excellency Marina Hadjimanoulis, Shipping Deputy Minister of the President of Cyprus. You have the madam first.
Thank you.
You have the floor, madam, and we are very happy to see a woman in maritime.
I wanted to say it as well, so thank you for saying it. So, Madam President, Secretary General-elect, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and privilege for me to address the 33rd regular session of the Assembly of the International Maritime Organization. In the last biennium, our organization has managed to complete significant work. It has once more demonstrated in the spirit of cooperation between the IMO membership that it can effectively and efficiently respond to the needs of the maritime industry and the seafaring community whilst continuing to facilitate trade. The work done by IMO in relation to the efforts for reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from ships is an excellent example of the spirit of cooperation and mutual respect, as well as an example of initiative taking and timely response. The adoption of the revised IMO strategy represents a milestone towards the decarbonization of international shipping. It marks the beginning of a long journey, and the organization has a duty to continue its work on the protection of the environment. There are a lot of challenges ahead. However, we must deliver an environmentally friendly and sustainable international shipping to the next generations by crafting a pragmatic, solid, and comprehensive action plan. Ladies and gentlemen, seagoing and shore-based personnel are entrusted with challenging tasks. Without the appropriate education and continuous professional training, our people on land and at sea will find it difficult to cope with the changing demands, growing needs, and increased regulatory requirements. We must be able to provide seafarers with quality education and training that motivates and empowers them. We also have a duty to encourage new generations to embrace the seafaring profession. Cyprus will continue to support gender equality. With enhanced diversity and equal opportunity to competent individuals and of all genders, the maritime sector can really contribute in meeting sustainable development goals. IMO should continue the work it has amplified during the recent years in this respect. We are particularly proud that the Cypriot is receiving the 2024 IMO Gender Equality Award. Multilingualism is an essential tool for promoting transparency and the sense of unity among the IMO membership. It is a symbol of respect for the rich diversity of cultures and traditions that make up the global maritime community. We are very pleased that IMO is leading by example in this respect. Shipping is also undergoing a profound revolution propelled by the integration of innovative technologies. Modern telecommunication technologies enable enhanced safety navigation and contribute towards the well-being of the most valuable asset of our industry, our seafarers. The digital transformation is not merely a technological upgrade. It is a paradigm shift that is reshaping how goods are transported across the seas, and also how voyages are managed. In the era of digital transformation, ships are becoming smarter and more connected. The prospect of autonomous ships navigating the oceans with minimal human intervention is no longer a science fiction. As we navigate these seas of change, let us take initiatives and be ready to embrace the opportunities that lie ahead. The Shipping Deputy Ministry of Cyprus, recognizing these changes, is undergoing a digital transformation to be concluded in 2024. In this effort, we must safeguard world seaborne trade, as it is vital to the socio-economic development of the IMO membership, especially developing countries, least developed countries, and small island developing states. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Madam President, 8 years ago, this Assembly entrusted the post of the Secretary General to Mr. Kitak Lim. I have to say that both the Cyprus government and myself are extremely pleased for the commendable work he has done. We thank you, dear Kitak. We also congratulate Mr. Arsenio Dominguez on his election. We have no doubt that he will successfully steer this organization in the years ahead. We also recognize and thank the Secretariat for the quality of their work and dedication to assist and support the IMO membership. Before closing, I am pleased to inform you that Cyprus has already deposited its instrument of acceptance of the 2021 amendments to the IMO Convention, and our legislative program includes also the adoption of the 2009 Hong Kong Ship Recycling Convention. With these thoughts, I would like once more to express my gratitude for the opportunity given to me to address the Assembly and wish all of us fruitful discussions during the next days. Thank you very much.
I thank Her Excellency Marina Hadjimanolis for her statement, and also congratulations to Cyprus for securing the 2024 IMO Gender Equality Awards. I now have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Kajuna Benan Miuhai, from Director of Transport of Uganda. You have the floor, sir.
The President of the Assembly, the President of the Council, the Secretary General, Honorable Ministers, Your Excellencies, the Ambassadors and High Commissioners, Heads of Delegations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to be here today to address the 33rd regular session of the International Maritime Organization General Assembly. I wish to convey to you, my fellow delegates, fraternal greetings from the government and the people of the Republic of Uganda. The Republic of Uganda is grateful for the cooperation and collaborative initiatives that the IMO has made towards the development of the comprehensive international maritime conventions, protocols, and codes. These initiatives have helped strengthen the regulatory framework for shipping aimed at, among others, promoting maritime safety, security, and environmental protection. Distinguished delegates, Uganda is a non-coastal state, and our economy, to a fairly large extent, relies on the ports of Mombasa and the port of Dar es Salaam for purposes of international trade and the transportation of our exports and imports. As a land-linked country, Uganda faces a number of challenges in the transportation of cargo to and from the ports of Mombasa and Dar es Salaam, and these affect the high costs associated with road transport in and out of the country, and they also rely on the efficiency of these ports in the respective countries. It is important to note that Uganda is endowed with a number of inland water bodies, most of which are navigable. Lake Victoria, the second largest freshwater lake in the world, is situated in Uganda. To my fellow Ugandans, it is a sea in the middle of Africa with significant potential for tourism, transport, and shipping. This lake is shared between the three East African countries of Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, and therefore a great link to the ports of Mombasa and Dar es Salaam. As a mitigation measure, there are deliberate efforts by the government of Uganda to move cargo imports and exports by inland water transport through Lake Victoria and rail. We believe that this will go a long way in reducing the road maintenance costs and also issues of environmental pollution. The government of Uganda has taken up a number of initiatives to revitalize our water transport on Lake Victoria so that it can play its true and pivotal role in the socio-economic transformation of Uganda, in particular, and the region in general. To support these initiatives, the private sector has also come in handy by constructing ships to ply on the inland water bodies. For example, one key investor has constructed double-hull fuel barges to transport refined petroleum products from Kenya to Uganda across Lake Victoria. It is in this regard that the government of Uganda continues to encourage the private sector and interested foreign investors to invest in our water transport in accordance to the divestiture and liberalization policies. As a government, we have retained the role of regulation of transport services and setting up standards to ensure safety and efficiency in the sector. Fellow participants, the IMO has supported Uganda in building its capacity in the maritime sector by offering scholarships to a number of Ugandans to study in various maritime institutions, including the Maritime University in Malmö, Sweden. We still require more of this kind of support to help us grow our maritime industry. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, I implore all of you to spare some time to visit Uganda, the part of Africa, which is greatly gifted by nature in terms of the wildlife, We have chimpanzees, we have gorillas, and also the rare species of birds. We also have flora and fauna, a variety of foods, and the very hospitable people amidst diverse cultures, which can hardly be found elsewhere in this world. On behalf of the Uganda's delegation and on my own behalf, I wish to express my sincere thanks and appreciation to His Majesty's government and the Mayor of London for the gracious hospitality extended to us since our arrival in this beautiful country. Special thanks also go to the IMO Secretary General and his team for the good work done in preparation of this General Assembly and the vital contribution the organization has continued to play in the improvement of the global social and economic development of the industry. Once again, I would like to thank you for listening to me, and I wish you great deliberations during this important meeting. Thank you very much for good in my country.
Thank you, Director of Transport of Uganda, Mr. Mevazi, for your wonderful statement, and particularly compliments to the gorillas and the chimpanzees in Uganda. We've been there for the Chogam, but it's a beautiful country. I now have the pleasure of inviting His Excellency Engineer Salih Al-Jasser, the Honorable Minister of Transport and Logistics Services of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I wish His Royal Highness the Prince was here at this time. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Yes. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim.
Excellency Vice President of the Assembly, Excellencies Heads of Delegations, Excellency Mr. Kitak Lim, Secretary General of the IMO, ladies and gentlemen, may God's peace, mercy and blessings be upon you. It is a pleasure to be among you today and to address your assembly. Since joining the International Maritime Organization in 1969, Saudi Arabia has played an important role in all of the organization's work through its accession to the conventions, treaties, and instruments issued by the IMO and its amendments, and by continuing its commitment to ensuring the security of maritime navigation in waterways, promoting and ensuring the safety of maritime navigation, protection of the marine environment, capacity building, education, and maritime training. Believing in the importance of the maritime sector and its sustainability for the world's economy and its future, we continue to work hand in hand with the organization to develop the maritime sector through participation and support for many programs and projects focused on enabling all member states to build a sustainable maritime sector on strong and well-established foundations. Our priority is always the climate, cooperation, and seafarers. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2021, and at a time like this, we asked for your support in electing the Kingdom as a member of the Council for the Category C. Since that date and since receiving your trust, we have worked intensively to strengthen the role of the organization in all areas through financial and technical support for many of the organization's initiatives and projects, adding to our current focus areas, be climate, cooperation and seafarers, other new areas such as women's empowerment in the maritime and technical sector, and a greater focus on environmental-related areas. Hence, our continued support for the project IMO Cares, which aims to develop a concrete partnership between the organization, the technical partners, and the developing countries to support the IMO's objectives and commitments. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has also provided financial support for maritime education, which is one of the main pillars of the IMO, including support for the World Maritime University and the International Maritime Law Institute, in addition to the launch of the Next Wave project to support the education and training of maritime professionals from around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia today, we are launching initiatives and strategies emanating from the Kingdom's Vision 2030, specifically the National Transport and Logistics Strategy, which clearly highlighted the maritime sector, its sustainability and prosperity in general, and the concern for the environment in particular. As we work closely with the organization on adopting advanced techniques to support maritime trade and container handling, benefiting all IMO member states. In this context, we support the maritime transition to low-emission fuels through advances in technologies, research, and capabilities. As the year 2022 saw the launch of the world's first certified shipment of blue ammonia to South Korea, several memoranda of understanding on green energy cooperation with many countries were also signed, and the future city NEOM will include the first and largest fully automated port in the world, as well as an integrated logistics center with a production capacity of 600 tons per day of carbon-free hydrogen in 2026. This will support global efforts to fuel low-emission vessels, in addition to our commitment to the Middle East Green Initiative and the Saudi Green Initiative, and to reaffirm our firm commitment to everything that has a positive impact on the environment, and our support for the international maritime organizations Glow Litter, Glow Falling, and Glow Noise projects in 2023 to reduce the impact of shipping on the environment. In the Kingdom, we are aware that maritime security and counter-piracy are necessary requirements for the safety and sustainability of the maritime industry, and therefore we work alongside our international and regional allies to ensure safety of maritime commercial traffic through active participation in Djibouti's Code of Conduct and Jeddah amendments. As such, the International Satellite Communications, IMSO, a close partner of the IMO and developing countries, has benefited from the ongoing project in Saudi Arabia supporting the tracking technology. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 years have passed since our election to the IMO Council, during which we have undertaken many projects and initiatives which I touched upon earlier. I'm confident that you feel their impact. I am also absolutely certain that the next 2 years will allow Saudi Arabia to continue to build on its initiatives and projects and will enhance our activity and participation in IMO and support its objectives. I hope that you will support Saudi Arabia's candidature to the IMO Council for Category C for the period 2024-2025. Finally, I would like to thank His Excellency Mr. Kita Klim, Secretary General of the IMO, for his considerable efforts over 8 years to develop the IMO and to increase its effectiveness. I wish him all success in the future. I also express sincere congratulations to Mr. Dominguez for his election as Secretary General, and we wish him all success in the future. Thank you. May the peace of God, His mercy and blessings be upon you all.
Thank you. His Excellency Engineer Saleh Al Jasser, Minister of Transport and Logistics Services of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And I take this opportunity once again to congratulate Saudi Arabia for taking the presidency of the Assembly, 33rd Assembly of the Council of the IMO, and in particular His Royal Highness Prince Khalid bin Bandar Al Saud. Well, His Royal Highness couldn't be here today, so I'm filling in for him. And now I have the honor of calling upon His Excellency Mr. Jassim Saif Al Sulaiti, Minister of Transport of Qatar. You have the floor, sir.
Excellency President of the General Assembly, Excellencies Secretary General of the IMO, Your Excellencies, heads of delegations and organization representatives, may the peace of God, His mercy and blessings be upon you all. I'm glad to address you today at the 33rd session of the IMO Assembly and would like to express the thanks and gratefulness of the State of Qatar for the efforts of the IMO to ensure safety and security of maritime navigation and marine environment protection. Ladies and gentlemen, Qatar continues updating its maritime transportation laws, legislations, and plans in line with universal principles concerned with safety of life at sea, marine environment, and maritime security. Qatar has made major progress in terms of qualifying and upskilling the personnel and professionals working in this vital industry in step with the objectives of the IMO. Qatar has also successfully passed the IMO mandatory audit, something which emphasizes the level of commitment of Qatar in the field of maritime transportation. Furthermore, Qatar is highly prioritizing women's empowerment in the maritime sector as part of its efforts to empower women in accordance with the IMO's resolutions that aim at creating barrier-free work environment for women in the industry. Regarding the environment, protecting the marine environment is a primary goal in all our plans. On that, Qatar has put together a national plan for managing marine resources and formed an advisory multifunctional committee to support long-term marine resources planning in pursuance of the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development 21-2030. In addition to planning to establish marine reserves in an area of 30 miles of Qatari waters over the next 10 years. Additionally, Hamad Port, having been internationally recognized as one of the biggest green ports in the world, shows a high compliance to domestic and universal environmental standards and the adoption of the latest innovative practices based on environmental sustainability and clean energy, in addition to supplying the vessels with very low sulfur fuel oil in such an essential step towards protecting the environment in the region and around the world. Moreover, inaugurating the State of Qatar's permanent office at the IMO will contribute to enhancing our continued work with the rest of the member states to further develop the global maritime industry through achieving safety, security, and efficiency of the maritime transportation and providing all kinds of support to the principles of the IMO. Reflecting on our plans in the maritime transportation sector, the State of Qatar invested heavily in developing infrastructure projects on transportation sector and it support logistics services and built an integrated transit system that helps achieve the goals of the Qatar National Vision 2030. These investments translated into remarkable progress in the maritime transportation industry at all levels, particularly commercial, industrial, and tourist ports, shipbuilding, and dry docks. The overseas investment in commercial ports has been an ongoing approach aiming to foster Qatar's competitiveness in terms of managing and operating commercial ports to achieve sustainable development of the national economy through long-term investments. Our Qatari model has offered investments on the basis of partnerships. We have concluded a number of agreements with countries and many ports, especially in terms of energy, to export gas abroad through the largest LNG tankers, which will be the largest in the world. It has been established by Qatar to be part of our shipping sector to transport LNG supply all over the world. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, we affirm the state of Qatar's obligation to continue cooperating with the IMO to achieve its objectives and principles, and we will continue working tirelessly to respond to the confidence placed in us by the member states when they support our candidature for re-election to the membership of the IMO Council in Category C. Allow me to extend my congratulations to His Royal Highness Prince Khalid bin Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud for his election as President of the 33rd Assembly of the IMO. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Jasif Saif Al Sulaiti, Minister of Transport of Qatar, and I now have the pleasure of calling upon His Excellency Mr. Jose Carlos Esteves, Minister of Transports and Communications of Guinea-Bissau. You have the floor, sir.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée,
President of the IMO Assembly, Your Excellency, Secretary General, Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates and observers, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to participate and address you within the context of the 33rd regular session of the organization's biennial assembly, and by doing so demonstrate the solid commitment of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau to the guiding principles and objectives of the International Maritime Organization. IMO is indeed the global forum to facilitate partnerships and collaborations as the global standard-setting body for shipping, ensuring that the maritime sector delivers goods safely, securely, efficiently, and sustainably. Collaboration is the backbone of all IMO's efforts, and towards this goal the Republic of Guinea-Bissau intends to actively contribute in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, the Republic of Guinea-Bissau adopts as a central option for the national economic development and increased GDP the efforts to support the blue economy in general, and by extension the establishment of an international register and the empowerment of our active involvement in the work and institutional functions of the IMO. The prioritization of the maritime economy and the further development of a competent and sound maritime administration for the Republic of Guinea-Bissau is something that took shape with the recent establishment of an international registry operating out of one of the major maritime centres worldwide, namely Greece, duly appointed and exclusively delegated by the Ministry of Transport and the Republic of Guinea-Bissau to manage, operate and administer the International Ships Registry of Guinea-Bissau for the registration of vessels engaged mainly in international trade, providing emphasis to the imperative that rules and regulations for shipping be globally adopted at the IMO and implemented globally by the maritime community. The Republic of Guinea-Bissau has recently, and since the enactment of the International Ships Registry of Guinea-Bissau, adopted supplementary instruments of accession related to IMO conventions and protocols. Currently, the Republic of Guinea-Bissau is party to all major IMO international conventions and protocols, which comprises overall 24 international instruments that have been signed. And this is the most effective way to keep up to date with the requirements in the area of certification provided for in the IMO international conventions in force. Distinguished participants, allow me at this point to express our sincere appreciation to the IMO Secretary General and through him to all officers of the competent IMO departments, as well as to IMO member state representatives, for successfully steering deliberations and contributing to a wide range of tangible results with a significant output, as reflected in detail within the draft Assembly resolutions to be adopted in the days to come. Distinguished delegates, I would like to express my deepest thanks to all member states standing for election to Council for their hard work, effort and dedication, demonstrating member states' great interest in contributing to the work of the organisation, and we would express our commitment to the priorities outlined by Council in the months and years to come. Shipping is experiencing what is surely an unprecedented time of transformation, and it has to address its obligation to contribute its share towards combating climate change while simultaneously incorporating the newest technologies in the efforts to move towards digitalization and automation. And in this context, particular emphasis is attributed by the Republic of Guinea-Bissau to the further expansion of the capacity building work carried out by the IMO. And notably, we appreciate the work of the IMO Technical Cooperation Division and Department of Partnerships and Projects to promote collaboration and innovation to address today's global challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take this opportunity to particularly express my gratitude to the outgoing IMO Secretary General, Mr. Ki-Tak Lim, from the Republic of Korea, for his significant and widely recognized achievements during his 8-year tenure. And also, I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate Mr. Arsenio Antonio Dominguez Velasco from the Republic of Panama on his election as the 10th Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I believe that we can be truly proud of the IMO achievements over the last 2 years. In particular, under these unprecedented circumstances relating to various crises. With the continued support of the IMO services, the Guinea-Bissau Maritime Administration is prepared to contribute towards mastering future challenges and opportunities, as prescribed by the working programme to be adopted by this Assembly. I wish you all a productive Assembly which will set the path for important work ahead over the next 2 years. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the Minister of Guinea-Bissau for his statement. I know this is already tea time, but I see the Honorable Minister of Bahamas standing at the queue. Perhaps we can extend tea time, the break, until 11:35. So I now have the pleasure of calling upon His Excellency Mr. Zane Lightbone, Minister of State for the Environment and Natural Resources of Bahamas. And ladies and gentlemen, please bear with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, industry partners and observers, greetings. Chair, as of today, the Bahamas flag car carrier Galaxy Leader IMO number 9237307 and crew of the vessel remain detained following the vessel's capture during innocent passage in the Red Sea. The Bahamas continues to be concerned with the threat to the safety of the 25-member crew, comprising of members of various nationalities on board the vessel, and we urge for the immediate release of the vessel and its crew. The Bahamas further reiterates the need for protection of crews on board ships and the adherence to the principle of innocent passage and safe navigation in international waters. Chair, we thank all member states for support of the Bahamas as an IMO Council member, and again we seek that support of our candidacy for re-election to the IMO Council in Category C for the 2024-2025 biennium. The Commonwealth of the Bahamas strongly supports the role of the IMO as the global maritime regulator. The IMO is uniquely positioned to put in place measures with worldwide impact, providing the most rapid and effective route of global solutions. I wish to speak briefly about 3 matters that are significant to the Bahamas that underpins our work as a member of the IMO Council. Firstly, the environment. The Bahamas applauds this year's IMO theme, MARPOL at 50, Our Commitment Goes On. The MARPOL Convention is one that we in the Bahamas truly value. We are proactive in our efforts to protect our maritime environment in line with the UN Sustainability Development Goal 14, Life Below Water, and we are pleased to serve on the executive board of the International Oil Pollution Committee Fund. The Bahamas is also committed to Sustainable Development Goal 13, climate action through the reduction of global greenhouse gases or greenhouse gas emissions, and actively participates in all Marine Environment Protection Committee meetings and the intersessional working groups on greenhouse gases. Climate change is the Bahamas' #1 foreign policy matter. We must strive in cooperation with one another and the broader maritime industry to achieve an agreement that will reduce the emissions of greenhouse gases in international shipping in line with the Paris Agreement. Chair, we have the endorsement and support of our ship owners and industry partners. I can assure that the Bahamas delegation will be actively engaged in all MEPC meetings and support the 2023 greenhouse gas strategy, as it is critical that the IMO remains the global regulatory body. The second issue is collaboration. the development of the effective regulations and standards and the role to achieving these standards are only possible through collaboration with all parties. The Bahamas remains committed and proactive in engaging with strategic partners to achieve this objective. The Bahamas is pleased to collaborate and take leadership roles in areas related to safety, security, environment, and the human element at IMO committees, subcommittees, working and correspondence groups, including ILO, IMSO, IOPC, and the Caribbean Port State Control Committee to ensure the development of clear and practical standards and requirements supported by guidance for the industry. The third and final matter relates to the human element, ensuring capacity development, training, seafarer well-being, and gender equality for an equitable maritime industry. The future of the industry and global sustainability is reliant on attracting and retaining the next generation of maritime personnel who have the tools and skill sets to manage the innovative industry that sustains the global economy. With digitization through technology and alternative fuels being central to the IMO 2024 World Maritime Theme, which is navigating the future, safety first, trained and competent seafarers are key to meeting the next challenge for the industry. The Bahamas, through our national training programs and working with our partners, will endeavor to contribute to this global initiative. Chair, the Bahamas is honored to represent member states in the IMO-ILO Joint Tripartite Body Seafarer Matters and equally supports the capacity development efforts through International Maritime Law Institute, World Maritime University, where we serve on the Executive Board of Governors. I take this opportunity to congratulate the Secretary General, Mr. Kee-Tak Lim, and the IMO Secretariat, member states, and all of the organizations for professional women in the maritime industry and at the IMO for working diligently with the Council to declare May 18th as International Day for Women in Maritime, which is aligned with Sustainable Development Goal 5, Gender Equality. Unfortunately, Honorable Jobert Colby Davis, who leads the Bahamas ministerial portfolio with responsibility for maritime affairs and energy, is unable to attend this assembly due to participation in COP28. Whilst we have the floor, Madam Speaker, please indulge. The delegation of the Bahamas would like to thank the outgoing Secretary General, Mr. Kee-Tak Lim, for 8 years of steadfast and exemplary leadership at the IMO through some of the most challenging periods faced by the maritime industry, including managing the profound effects of COVID-19 and addressing the challenges presented by climate change and tackling greenhouse gas emissions. Mr. Lim, we thank you for your hard work and efforts and remain indebted for your services and achievements. We wish you the very best in your future endeavors. We further wish to welcome Mr. Arsenio Dominguez as the new SG and offer our sincere and utmost cooperation to the IMO and IMO-related matters in the future. Chair, Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished guests, as a small island country, or better yet, a large ocean nation, the Bahamas sits on one of the major shipping routes, is a key regional energy and container transshipment hub, houses one of the largest shipyards in the Caribbean region, is one of the world's largest ship registries, and is also leader within the Caribbean Maritime region. Chair, we value our Council membership and pledge to continue to work tirelessly in cooperating with the IMO Secretariat, your respective delegations, and with our partners and friends in the industry to attain the highest practicable standards of maritime safety, security, environment protection, and seafarer trainer well-being. In the spirit of our motto, collaboration and cooperation, I respectfully ask for your support of our candidature in the council elections later this week. And additionally, as we go to break, I extend warm invitation to you all, as the Bahamas is pleased to host today's lunch reception on the first floor. I thank you for your indulgence. Good morning.
Thank you, His Excellency Mr. Zane Lightbourne, Minister of State for Environment and Natural Resources of Bahamas. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have, we have extended the tea break for 10 minutes until 11:40. And now I have the pleasure of asking the Director, Administrative Division, to make an announcement.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. You'll be aware that the Secretary General indicated that we had an IMO history book, and you would have noticed that there are 2 copies on the desks of each delegation. We have further copies available for sale at the IMO Staff Association shop on the 4th floor, and I would kindly invite delegates to please feel free. And further, the sales, the proceeds from the sales of the book will be donated to Technical Cooperation at IMO. So you're invited to purchase copies of the book, which are for sale at £70 each. And Madam, thank you very much.
Thank you for that wonderful book, Secretary General. And we hope all the money goes to the Technical Cooperation Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, Singapore has an announcement to make. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Singapore is happy to support the coffee along with our traditional kueh and snacks. Please enjoy. Thank you.
And there we end the morning session, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Plataforma logística. En la franja más angosta del país, el corredor interoceánico del Istmo de Tehuantepec crea una plataforma logística integrada por los puertos de Salina Cruz, Coatzacoalcos,
Okijino, Misado, Stino,
corredor interoceánico del Istmo de Tehuantepec, plataforma logística. Franja más angosta del país, el corredor interoceánico del Istmo de Tehuantepec crea una plataforma logística integrada por los puertos de Salina Cruz, Coatzacoalcos, Puerto Chiapas y Dos Bocas, interconectados por 1,200
can ring the bell.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the tea break. We hope you enjoyed the Singaporean noodles. Well, I really don't know what did they serve, but that's my favorite from Singapore. I will start by inviting upon His Excellency Mr. Noriel Arauz, Minister of Maritime Affairs and Administrator of the Panama Maritime Authority. You have the floor, Excellency.
Señora
President, Excellencies, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, good day to all. Historically, Panama is a country of open borders, and we have always supported the objectives set by the IMO in order to tackle the challenges facing the global maritime industry. And this is a commitment that my country is very proud of. Panama supports and promotes the adoption of new technologies for the development of the maritime sector. And in doing so, we take into careful consideration the pressing need to increase safety, security, and the prevention of the pollution of the environment. And this is why we fully support the objectives set out in the 2023 IMO strategy for the reduction of greenhouse gases from ships. Panama is well aware that in order to reach the ambitious levels established in the 2023 GHG strategy by the year 2050, it will be necessary to count on the use of alternative fuels and near zero or zero carbon technologies, any that may be available on the market and that can be used in the international fleet. As well as the actions that we have taken to decarbonize the sector, we recently announced to the world that we have reached in Panama a level of 54.33% of protected maritime areas. And Panama is one of only 3 countries in the world which is recognized as carbon negative. We have forests that absorb more toxic gases than we emit, which means that our carbon footprint, our national carbon footprint, is 0. And in line with the sustainable and technological improvements that we have made, we have also instituted a paper-free culture, introducing electronic formats for the issuing, the storage, and the verification of seafarers' certificates and documentation. Furthermore, in compliance with international regulations, Panama is focusing on the administrative and operational management of its fleet. And with this in mind, we frequently update and amend our rules and regulations in line with international legislation, and we do this guided by the IMO III code. One of Panama's main aims is to focus on increasing and improving the quality of our fleet. And for this reason, we are constantly working on measures to improve the results that our vessels in the Panamanian fleet receive when it comes to port state control measures. And the management and monitoring of the Panamanian merchant fleet consistently is at 93% in compliance with these rules. And this is comparable to international standards, which go between 85 and 95%. We have dedicated enormous efforts to the support of seafarers, whether this be recognizing the sterling work that they do or ensuring that their rights are respected. And in line with this, in recent years, we have managed to recover more than $20 million in wages owed to seafarers in our fleet. And we have helped to repatriate more than 2,000 seafarers, allowing them to return home to their different countries around the world. I would like to thank the Secretary General, Mr. Ki-Tak Lim, for all the sterling work that he has carried out during his 8 years here and his unwavering support that he has given to the maritime sector in that time. Finally, I would like to restate our commitment as a maritime country to spare no effort whatsoever to continue supporting all the actions and steps that this forum considers are necessary in order to achieve our objectives. And together with the Secretary General-elect, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez of Panama, we will do everything within our power to support the International Maritime Organization and all the members of the organization in order to achieve these goals. Many thanks, President. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Mr. Noriel Arauz, Minister of Maritime Affairs of Panama. It must have given him greatest satisfaction of mentioning Arsenio's name, the new Secretary General, and we congratulate his country for this great victory. I also congratulate Panama for their zero carbon neutral footprint on this planet, and I have the pleasure of inviting His Excellency Mr. Honoré Sai, Minister of Transport, Civil Aviation, and the Merchant Navy of Congo. You have the floor, sir.
Madame la Première Présidente de la
President of the 33rd Ordinary Assembly of the IMO, Secretary General of the IMO, Honourable Ministers and Heads of Delegation, ladies and gentlemen. At the opening of the 33rd session of the Assembly of the IMO, allow me, on behalf of His Excellency Mr. Denis Sassou Nguesso, President of the Republic of Congo and Head of State, who celebrated the 65th anniversary of our republic on the 21st November, and also on behalf of the head of our government, Prime Minister Anatole Koline-Makosso, on behalf of the Congolese people, and in my own name, I would like to express our gratitude to Mr. Ki-Tak Lim, the Secretary General of the IMO, for everything that he has done to ensure the smooth running of this organization. And I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the President of the 33rd Assembly on his election and the election of the Vice Presidents and all the team. And taking the floor, I would like to take this opportunity to warmly welcome and applaud all the efforts made by the IMO when it comes to cooperation in the maritime world. And the results of everything that we have done are very positive. In particular, the constant monitoring of the actions taken by the member states and the training of seafarers. The Republic of Congo, my country, has always worked shoulder to shoulder with other members of the IMO in contributing to achieving our objectives when it comes to safety and security at sea and also the protection of the marine environment. And on behalf of the Congolese people, I would like to offer my warm greetings to all the delegations here at this meeting, and I hope that we have a very fruitful and successful assembly session. The Republic of Congo fully supports all the actions taken by the organization in the short, the medium, and the long term. And we would like to reaffirm our commitment to the maritime sector in adopting ambitious strategies for developing our sector as a transit country as well. The reorganization of our maritime authority and the improvements we have made to the free port of Pointe-Noire with a container port and 6 offshore oil terminals, and then development also of road, rail and river corridors all demonstrate this commitment. And here again, we would like to restate our attachment to the Integrated Technical Cooperation Programme with a view to developing those initiatives to respect the audit standards under the IMO IMSAS programme. And I would particularly like to stress the development of maritime, port and related areas, in particular the exchange of information on multimodal transport and maritime trade, seaborne trade. The Maritime Administration of the Republic of Congo is working towards meeting all the obligations as a port and court state that stem from the IMO conventions that we have already ratified, when it comes to safety, security, and also the protection of the environment, maritime work, and the protection of the interests of seafarers. And I would like to stress that the Republic of Congo is fully determined to become a full flag state. And with this in mind, we are working on implementing a legal framework that will allow us to guarantee the effective management of an international register of vessels flying the Congolese flag. Ladies and gentlemen, at regional level, we continue to be committed to work together with other members of the Maritime Organization of Western Central Africa in promoting cooperation and regional integration in the port and maritime sectors. At the 18th ordinary session of the Mauka General Assembly that was held in the city of Kintele in the Department of Pool from the 19th to 21st of July, Congo was elected president in office of the organization. And then we participated at the 4th Ministerial Conference of the MOU for Port State Control in the Western Central African region. This was held in October 2022 at Banjul. And here we firmly stated the commitment of the Republic of Congo to contribute to and to follow the rules of the IMO and the Abuja MOU in this maritime region. And strengthening maritime cooperation between the member states of the ECCAS, the Economic Community of Central African States, is another one of the Congolese government's priorities. And this we held a meeting in Kinshasa in January 2023 and again in Libreville in February 2023. And these meetings led to the drafting and the adoption by the heads of state of the government of documents aimed at improving maritime governance, the blue economy, safety, security, and the protection of the marine environment. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2023, we held the celebration of the day of the sea at Pointe Noire, which is a seaport and port town. And at this moment, we spread the word about the work being done when it comes to protecting the sea from pollution. The government of Congo is also very concerned by issues linked to the marine environment and climate change. And with this in mind, we fully support the IMO's efforts on the reduction of GHG emissions from ships. We organised in Guintele from just near Brazzaville from the 26th to 28th of October a summit on the main forest basins of the world. Amazonia, Borneo, Mekong, and the Basin Congo. This shows how committed we are to finding solutions to mitigate the effects of climate change. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, the delegation of the Republic of Congo states once again that we wish the 33rd Assembly of the IMO all the very best at this session, and we take this opportunity to, rather early in the day, wish everybody a happy Christmas as well. Also, Happy New Year when we get there. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Honoré Sai, Minister of Transport of Congo, and wish the Congolese government all the best in their aspirations to be a flag state. And Merry Christmas to you too, Excellency. I now have the honor of calling upon His Excellency Mr. Salim Mvurya, Cabinet Secretary for Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs of Kenya. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President. The Secretary General of IMO, Mr. Kitak Lim, Excellencies, heads of delegations and representatives of member states, distinguished delegates, invited guests, all protocol observed. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the opportunity to address this assembly of the IMO. On behalf of the Republic of Kenya, I wish to convey my congratulations to you together with the other officials on your well-deserved election. Allow me to offer Kenya's best wishes during your tenure of service and for a successful outcome of this assembly. You will recall that our conviction 50 years ago when Kenya joined the IMO, at a time when not many countries were aware of the potential of the oceans, we believed in IMO to be a solid platform for deliberating on the best approach to address maritime safety, security, and protection of the marine environment. Maritime transport continues to make the flow of international trade possible as the global community increasingly continue to depend on shipping, a global activity which we must make sustainable. Indeed, this year's IMO theme, Maple at 50, our commitment goes on, is true for Kenya's 50 years after joining IMO. Our resolve is even stronger on the role and place of the IMO and in our intention to play our part in the process. We applaud IMO's adaptability to an ever-changing world, which enabled the organization to remain relevant and capable of providing direction to the maritime community. Ladies and gentlemen, as the saying goes, it is only done when it gets measured. The introduction of the IMO member states audit scheme has empowered us to measure the status of implementing the IMO instruments. Kenya has particularly been able to benefit immensely from IMSA's audit process with a better understanding of the interrelation with the entities constituting the maritime administration. I am pleased to report here that the excellent performance of the maritime sector in Kenya is closely interrelated and governed by the IMO conventions which impose distinct obligations on our sector. This effort by IMO to all member states has brought greater focus on the need of all member states to fulfill their obligations on maritime safety, efficiency, security, and the protection of the marine environment. I would further wish to congratulate the Secretary General, Mr. Kitak Lim, for the vision in establishing the Department of Partnerships and Projects. With the establishment of the project, we have seen significant increase in the donor funding for the work of the organization, particularly in the area of climate change mitigation. We express our sincere gratitude to all the donors for their contributions, which has significantly assisted the developing, least developed, and small island states. Such programs will ensure the IMO spirit of leave no one behind is achieved. The work of the Department of Partnership and Projects has implemented well the work of technical cooperation and improved the reach in the work of IMO to target member states. Kenya reaffirms its commitment to support the IMO regional presence in Nairobi for the technical cooperation activities in the East and Southern Africa region for the benefit of the member states. We remain committed to partner with IMO in solving local challenges as well as administrative needs in which it can be further strengthened to meet the ever-increasing technical cooperation needs of member states in the region. We further welcome the establishment of a regional presence office in Egypt and look forward to the office fulfilling its mandate in reaching out to the target member states in the region. Mr. President, as we look to the future, I remain hopeful for the IMO to continue in this path. We have much to do even as we continue to face known and emerging challenges, including digitization, decarbonization, gender equality, and automation. Emerging threats on shipping along global shipping lanes and the evolving role of the human element on safety of life at sea. Kenya remains committed to objectives of the Djibouti Code of Conduct, JEDA Amendment, and the support of its member states in the development of national maritime security strategies. Kenya has offered to share its experience and develop capacity building frameworks working towards together with the DCOC Secretariat. During the previous times of the COVID-19, the IMO has demonstrated the commitment to ensure the crew matter were priority by member states and to ensure the supply chains remain open and functional in the face of restrictions imposed by states. The initiatives undertaken by the organization shows the importance of global cooperation and the need for states to discuss and agree on addressing our common challenges. It is this cooperation that has also ensured we concluded an agreement on the strategy to address greenhouse gas emissions in July this year. Much is yet to be done in shipping for the net zero in 2050, but already the pathway is known to us, thanks for the platform that IMO provides. We look forward to the IMO's ever-critical role in the future of shipping, the human element, the importance of environmental protection, as well as maritime security as we make joint efforts in implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. Kenya reaffirms its commitment to the ideals of the IMO and the wider United Nations system, and highlights its interest to continue serving the region and the international maritime community by contributing to IMO's mission and work of promoting safe and secure shipping on ocean seas. The establishment of a standalone Department of Maritime and Shipping by His Excellency the President of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, has given Kenya an opportunity to inspire and develop the maritime sector. we are particularly interested in enhancing our strength and capacity in seafarers and capacity building. It is in this regard that I humbly request this Honorable Assembly to support Kenya's bid to retain its Category C membership in the upcoming council elections. Thank you very much for your kind attention and consideration. Thank you very much.
I thank the Honorable Minister of Kenya, Mr. Salim Mvurya, and I now have the pleasure of inviting Her Excellency Dr. Amy Khor, Senior Minister of State at the Ministry for Transport and Ministry of Sustainability and the Environment of Singapore. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, first of all, very good afternoon to one and all. This year is a remarkable year for the IMO. Despite the prevailing crisis, the IMO has done good work in the development and implementation of international standards to support safe, efficient, and sustainable shipping. We also joined the IMO and its member states to celebrate the Golden Jubilee of the IMO's adoption of the International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Shipping, or MARPOL. This July, we also welcome the adoption of the 2023 IMO GHG strategy by the IMO Marine Environment Protection Committee at its 80th session. This is a landmark in our journey to decarbonize international shipping, testament to the strength of global efforts to safeguard the marine environment. Singapore is honored to contribute to this effort, including as Vice Chair of the MEPC, working closely with IMO member states and stakeholders. As we celebrate these milestones, we are reminded of the importance of IMO's leadership in balancing the various needs of safety, security, environmental protection, and economic contribution of the shipping industry. The sector will continue to face challenges in, for example, ensuring that the international maritime community work towards decarbonization in an inclusive and equitable manner, and at the same time see opportunities in emerging areas, such as maritime autonomous surface ships, to be harnessed. With IMO at the helm, we can and will rise to the occasion. As a maritime nation, Singapore is committed to working with fellow member states to advance the IMO's objectives. As a major flag state, port state, and coastal state of the Straits of Malacca and Singapore, this allows us to offer pragmatic and constructive perspectives on the issues at the IMO, while advocating and advancing an inclusive approach that considers the diverse needs of IMO member states. To accelerate the transition of the maritime sector towards a sustainable and digitalized future, Singapore continues to develop and pilot innovative solutions in strong partnership with the IMO and all stakeholders. For example, Singapore and the IMO jointly initiated NextGen to facilitate information sharing and spur collaboration in reducing greenhouse gas or GHG emissions from international shipping. As a next step, we are working with the IMO and stakeholders to develop route-based action plans that reduce GHG emissions along a shipping route in the Asia-Pacific. With initiatives such as our National Maritime Single Window System, Digital Port at SG, and Digital Oceans, which allows for the harmonization of data standards for the efficient exchange of data between ships and ports globally, Singapore aims to actively contribute to strong climate action and future-proofing maritime transport. A sustainable and digitalized future for the maritime industry cannot be complete without developing human capital. On this note, Singapore continues to work closely with the IMO through the Third Country Training Program to provide training to fellow IMO member states, which has benefited over 2,100 participants from over 90 countries. Our Maritime and Port Authority of Singapore Academy also provides flagship leadership programs to help mold the future generation of maritime leaders. This year, we launched a further enhanced technical cooperation and training package amounting to $5 million. Distinguished delegates, the future of shipping will be determined by our working together to tackle the challenges and reap the opportunities of an ever-changing maritime landscape. I'm confident that the IMO is well poised to lead the international maritime community on this voyage. Singapore is fully committed to fulfilling our responsibility as an IMO member state and an IMO member council, a council member, and will work with the IMO and fellow member states to find and build solutions and ways forward. On this note, Singapore would also like to thank Mr. Kitat Lim for his exemplary leadership as IMO's Secretary General over the last 8 years. We also look forward to working with incoming Secretary General, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, to further IMO's goals. Thank you very much.
I thank Her Excellency Dr. Amy Khor, Senior Minister of State of Singapore, for her brilliant statement. And also, I would like to congratulate her for being a leading lady in the maritime sector. I have the pleasure of now calling upon Admiral Jose Luis Arellano Ruiz, Undersecretary of the Navy of Mexico. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Gracias, señora Vice.
Thank you, Vice President of Assembly and Distinguished Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization, distinguished delegates. On behalf of the Government of Mexico and the Admiral Secretary of the Navy, as the National Maritime Authority, it's an honor for me to speak to you today and reaffirm our country's commitment to the International Maritime Organization. Mexico is a country between two oceans with a long coastline surrounded by the Pacific Ocean, Gulf of California, the Gulf of Mexico, and the Caribbean Sea. It is, accordingly, an international trade route. After the turmoil of the COVID-19 pandemic and the growing challenges in international maritime transport, Mexico has appreciated the fundamental work that the IMO has been doing in global maritime governance. As a founding member of the organization, we are committed to giving close attention to the implementation and enforcement of the standards and codes applicable to guarantee maritime safety, prevent pollution caused by ships, and protect marine biodiversity. Mexico is working towards promoting the development of its merchant navy, improving port administration and the facilitation of maritime trade. At the same time, it has participated in the work of the organization according to the following priorities: a permanent presence and a proactive approach in all of its bodies, in particular the Council, of which we've been a member since 1989 and first took our seat in 1978. Promoting the human factor, training, certification, and watchkeeping, which is why we've made improvements to the training program of the National Merchant Navy and promoted the creation of a maritime and port university of Mexico. We recognize the work here of the World Maritime University and IMLI as centers of excellence for young Mexicans. Multilateral cooperation with the international maritime community. which helps to find shared solutions to the problems facing maritime transport. Mexico has promoted the adoption of IMO's revised strategy on the reduction of greenhouse gases coming from ships and efforts to improve maritime safety and security. And that's the reason behind the fact that on the 30th of October of this year, we became the 22nd member state in the Memorandum of Understanding on Port State Control in the Asia-Pacific region. And accordingly, Mexico condemns the terrible attacks made against any merchant vessel, as it is a threat to maritime safety and security, the life of crew, and the transport of goods. Returning to Mexico's role as a bridge for connectivity, communication, and exchange between nations, I would draw your attention to the development of the interoceanic corridor of the Isthmus of Tehuantepec, which is a multimodal transport project which will connect the Gulf of Mexico to the Pacific. This dry canal will allow for trade connections between Asia, Europe, North America, Central America, South America, and the Caribbean, supplementing other routes, reducing voyage time and the costs of crossing between oceans, as well as the production and use of renewable clean energy, such as green ammonia and wind energy. Dear delegates, member states are providing leadership to guarantee safe and secure maritime transport, contributing to the development of our economies and the well-being of our countries on a basis of inclusiveness, fairness, and equity, leaving no one behind. Our appearance here today is testimony of this, and on this occasion, Mexico reaffirms its commitment to continue developing the strategic principles of the organization, the energy efficiency program, the strategies to reduce carbon intensity, including the empowerment of women in the maritime and port sector, and multilingualism in this organization. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank and appreciate the work of Mr. Ki-Tak Lim for his leadership and warmth in leading this organization. Fair winds and following seas, sir. And by the same token, I would like to wish Mr. Arsenio Dominguez all the best for his mandate. It only remains for me to thank you for your support and trust as Mexico aspires to be re-elected to the Council in Category C for 2024-2025. Thank you very much.
I thank Admiral Jose Luis Arnello Ruiz from Mexico for his statement, and I now have the pleasure of inviting the Admiral Linda L. Fagan, Commandant of the U.S. Coast Guard, to make her statement. You have the floor, Madam.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice President, Secretary General Lim, Excellencies and distinguished delegates and guests here today. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this Assembly. I'd like to first recognize Mr. Ki-Tak Lim for his leadership and dedication during his 8 years as Secretary General. Thank you, sir, for your distinguished service. Congratulations to Mr. Arsenio Dominguez on your election as the next Secretary General. The United States looks forward to working with you. The United States is a maritime nation. Our security and prosperity are linked to the sea and to the other members of the international maritime community. All nations depend on safety, security, and environmental stewardship of this dynamic system. And for that reason, the IMO has always been very important to the United States. And we've consistently supported the organization since signing the IMO Convention in 1950. This body is important to the billions of people around the world who depend on the oceans for their sustenance or livelihood. To protect both our oceans and the international shipping upon them, it is critical that the IMO develop consistent and meaningful rules for safety, security, and environmental stewardship.
This includes close attention to incidents that infringe on the right of innocent passage and threaten the safety of commercial shipping and seafarers. The United States has on many occasions expressed our concern and supported actions regarding these incidents as they have arisen, and this will continue to be a priority. The expansion of the global market and advances in technology demand a close look at their implications for the future of global shipping. The United States supports the IMO's commitment to target standards to address key maritime issues, including cyber risk management, autonomous technology, maritime security, protection of the Arctic and Antarctic polar regions, air emissions, greenhouse gas emissions from ships, mariner training, and the implementation of the mandatory audit scheme. The greatest challenge international shipping faces today is the impact of climate change. The IMO is vital to efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from shipping, a necessary step to hold the increase in global average temperature to no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. The United States applauds IMO for developing the 2023 strategy for reducing greenhouse gas emissions from ships. This was a significant accomplishment and is most noteworthy that all countries came together to unanimously agree to the new strategy. Now the hard work begins, as we need to continue to come together and develop the measures needed to meet the ambitious goals of the strategy. Noting the importance of addressing greenhouse gas issues, we're proud to announce that the United States has made a voluntary contribution of $100,000 U.S. to the IMO Voluntary Multi-Donor Trust Fund to support the broader participation of developing countries, and particularly small island developing states and least developed countries, in MEPC and meetings related to greenhouse gas issues. The IMO has also made tremendous progress on other challenging issues, including the implementation of sexual assault and sexual harassment in maritime industry, including the elimination of these things. Even in a time of rapidly advancing technology, the most important element of the global marine transportation system is the people, both at sea and ashore. Mariners are entitled to a workplace free from harmful behaviors such as assault or harassment. We must continue to focus on the safety of life at sea, and that includes a safe workplace. The United States Coast Guard has made this a top priority for our mariners and our workforce. We've created new ways for mariners to report assault or harassment, and we fully investigate all reports and hold perpetrators accountable. The global shortage of mariners means it's incumbent on all of us to encourage young people to pursue careers at sea, and it's essential we provide them with safe workplaces. The IMO also has an opportunity to strengthen the governance framework that will enable the safe integration of maritime autonomous surface ships in the existing marine transportation system. The United States supports this international cooperation as together we find solutions to the challenges of autonomous vessels operating alongside manned vessels at sea. Autonomy in the maritime industry makes cybersecurity an even greater priority. Increasing use of data and networks at sea, ashore, improve efficiency, but also create vulnerabilities. Because international shipping is economically vital to so many people, we must consider actions to improve cybersecurity, particularly as autonomy plays a greater role. The United States is ready to contribute and work with all IMO members to tackle these issues and the others facing international shipping. Together, we can encourage and ensure the safety and security of the marine transportation system that benefits and meets the needs of all nations and our citizens. Thank you very much.
I thank Admiral Lyndon Fagan, Commandant of the U.S. Coast Guard, for her statement. I now have the pleasure of calling upon Captain Omar Ivan Hernandez Martinez, Commander-in-Chief of the Navy of El Salvador. You have the floor, sir.
Good afternoon. Your Excellency, Mr. President of the IMO General Assembly, Honorable Mr. Kitak Lim, Secretary General of the IMO, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen,
We congratulate Your Excellency Prince Khalid Bandar bin Al Saud, Salam Alaikum, sir, on his election as President of the 33rd General Assembly of the International Maritime Organization, and wish him the best success in leading it. It's a pleasure and privilege for me to convey a warm regard on behalf of the President of El Salvador, Nayib Bukele, and the Minister of National Defense of El Salvador, Vice Admiral René Francis Merino Monroy. El Salvador reaffirms its commitment to the important work of this organization. Under the leadership of President Nayib Bukele, El Salvador has presented extraordinary and significant change in different areas, including security, health, education, tourism, innovation, and has placed significant importance of the revitalization of the maritime sector. With the new navigation law, which came into effect in May 2023, the country has strengthened its effort to ensure safety, preserve the environment, and improve maritime trade in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. El Salvador has positioned itself as the leading actor in the organization of nautical sport, as the new world reference point for surfer events due his amazing waves. It's evident that the coast of the Pacific Ocean in El Salvador have become one of the most prestigious destinations for the top-level athletes in an international professional surfing organization. On June 13 of this year, El Salvador assumed the pro-temporary presidency of the Regional Operational Cooperation Network of Maritime Authority of Central America and the Dominican Republic, ROCRAM-CA. Since then, 3 regional workshops related to port protection, an additional training course on general principles of installation and maintenance of tide station, and working with the sea level data. Taking into account the lesson learned from COVID-19 pandemic and the fact that around 90% of the world trade is conducted through maritime transport, now more than ever we reaffirm the crucial and active role played by the IMO plays in regulating this industry. The various instruments and agreements of the IMO have a fundamental role of ensuring responsible, environmentally friendly maritime transport. In this context, El Salvador warmly welcomes to the recent adoption of the revised IMO strategy on greenhouse gas emission from ships, marking a historic and transcendental milestone for the maritime industry, outlining the path to achieve net zero gas emissions by around 2050 and the commitment to adopt alternative fuels with almost zero gas emission by 2030. The above in accordance with the CDGAs 13 and 14, which highlight the sustainable conservation of ocean, seas, and marine resources, as well as the importance of taking measures to substantially and sustainably reduce greenhouse gas emissions. To achieve this goal, a just, equitable, and inclusive transition is imperative where the impact of developing countries, particularly small island developing states and less developing countries, must be taken into account. At the same time, international cooperation, technological development, technical training, and the production of alternative fuel must be available and accessible to all. We are aware of the multiple challenges facing this important sector, and therefore it's essential to strengthen multilateralist work together to find solutions as well as ensure that no one is left behind. In this way, we will build a safer, more efficient, ecological, and sustainable shipping sector. We recognize and applaud the progress of multilingualism in the IMO. This fundamental principle, in addition to promoting diversity and cultural enrichment, contributes to facilitate communication and understanding among countries, leading to better decision-making. Therefore, we encourage continued bold and strategic measures to enhance multilingualism. We value the work and effort of the IMO Secretary General, Mr. Ki-Tak Lim. Since 2016, as well as his leadership and tireless dedication to the organization, which decisively contribute to the success of many meetings with wonderful results. We welcome to the election of the Secretary General elected, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, in the 129th session of the IMO Council. We wish him the best of success. At the same time, we reiterate our full support and loyal collaboration in the performance of his duties. Finally, El Salvador commits to continue working with all members of the organization as stakeholders to achieve our shared ambition. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Captain Omar Ivan Hernandez from El Salvador, for his statement. And I think with that, we have completed successfully 36 statements this morning before the lunch break. And with that, I hand over to Director for Administrative Division for make announcements.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Can we kindly ask, before we break for lunch, if you could kindly stay in the plenary hall for another few minutes to witness the signing ceremony between IMO and the Republic of Korea on a framework agreement for sustainable maritime transport cooperation under the Smart Sea project. And if I could kindly subsequently invite the Honourable Minister for Oceans and Fisheries, Mr. Sin Wan Cho, to the podium to sign the agreement once we break for lunch. And Madam?
After the signing ceremony, I think the Bahamas delegation will take the floor to make an announcement, and they'll have the floor.
Secretary General, SG-elect, President of the Assembly, Honorable Minister of Oceans and Fisheries of the Republic of Korea, Mr. Sin-Hwan Cho, and directors of the podium, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for staying back for another few minutes to witness this important moment. My name is Jose Mathekel from the Department of Partnerships and Projects, which SG established in 2020. This partnership agreement signing ceremony today will mark an extraordinary milestone in IMO's history, where for the first time, one of its donor member states, Republic of Korea, will sign an open-ended framework partnership agreement to channel official development assistance, ODA, funding to support IMO's technical cooperation work. The first 5 of these projects, totaling approximately $20 million US, under this framework have already been agreed. But more importantly, this long-term, open-ended Smart Sea Framework Agreement will allow IMO to partner with the Republic of Korea to secure resources from this ODA mechanism on a regular basis in the future. I wish to thank the Minister Cho and his entire team in Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries on behalf of the Government of the Republic of Korea for concluding this milestone long-term partnership agreement. With this leading example, we are hoping that many other donors may also consider similar long-term ODA partnership arrangements with IMO, as shipping is so integral to the developmental agenda and the SDGs. With this, I now wish to invite Secretary General and Minister Cho to sign this framework agreement. Please. I now request the Minister and the Secretary General to exchange the document and to stand up for a photograph with a round of applause from us. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for staying back. And that was it, a few minutes, and we may have another good news tomorrow at the same time. Thank you very much.
Let me congratulate the Secretary General for that MOU signed. And with that, I give the floor to the Bahamas for making an announcement.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Minister for State for the Environment of the Bahamas, we wish to invite you all to lunch in the Delegates' Lounge. And once you have meet and greet the Minister, please go directly to the food stand. There are 3 of them set up, and we have a little something for you to wash it down with. We have leaded and unleaded. You're welcome.
Thank you, Delegation of Bahamas. The morning meeting is adjourned.
No nos dieron la palabra. Hacemos una presentación ahorita, México. Si se queda.
Okijino Misado Dino.
Corredor interoceánico del Istmo de Tehuantepec. Plataforma logística. En la franja más angosta del país, el corredor interoceánico del Istmo de Tehuantepec crea una plataforma logística integrada por los puertos.
Hello, good afternoon. The delegation of Mexico is going to make a presentation. We would like to remain seated to hear the presentation. Thank you. ¿Se escucha o no?
No, no se escucha.
¿No?
Así
Okijino
Hello. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The Mexico's delegation have the pleasure to present the major project in the government related to the corridor of Istmo of the Tehuantepec, which joined you to us on 12:45. Thank you so much. We are invited to all of you to the presentation of the government of Mexico related to the major project of the corridor of Istmo of Tehuantepec and all capabilities and possibilities related with this major project. If you want to join us and remain to your seats, you are invited. This is all we would take 30 minutes at least. That's all. Thank you so much. At this moment, I will be project all of you the video prepared. It will be take only 5 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Okijino Misado Stino.
Corredor interoceánico del Istmo de los cuatro.
Okijino Misado Stino.
Corredor interoceánico del Istmo de Tehuantepec. Plataforma logística. En la franja más angosta del país, el corredor interoceánico del Istmo de Tehuantepec crea una plataforma logística integrada por los puertos de Salina Cruz, Coatzacoalcos, Puerto Chiapas y Dos Bocas, interconectados por 1.200 kilómetros de vías del ferrocarril del Istmo de Tehuantepec y el sistema carretero nacional. En conjunto, el establecimiento de los polos de desarrollo impulsará el sur-sureste del país. La plataforma logística conecta los estados de Veracruz, Oaxaca, Chiapas y Tabasco y permite el transporte de mercancías en la región. El corredor interoceánico aprovecha la ubicación estratégica del Istmo para ofrecer una alternativa moderna y eficiente para el comercio regional y mundial con acceso a Estados Unidos, Asia, Centro y Sudamérica. Para lograrlo, se inició un proceso de modernización y aumento de las capacidades de los puertos. En el puerto de Coatzacoalcos se construye un acceso carretero, uno ferroviario al recinto portuario de Laguna de Pajaritos y se moderniza la aduana para facilitar la recepción, maniobra y almacenaje de mercancías de comercio exterior. Además, para Coatzacoalcos y Salina Cruz se construirán 2 terminales especializadas en contenedores con capacidad de 1.4 millones de TEUs anuales a fin de potenciar el transporte interoceánico de mercancías. El puerto de Salina Cruz se moderniza con el reforzamiento de muelles y la construcción de un nuevo puerto comercial. Se construye un rompeolas de 1.600 metros y una terminal especializada de contenedores que ofrecerán una ventaja comparativa importante. Recientemente se incorporaron a la plataforma logística 2 puertos, el de Dos Bocas, con vocación petrolera y que por su posición geográfica puede atender a la agroindustria de la región, y Puerto Chiapas, que iniciará un proceso de fortalecimiento. Los 4 puertos se conectan con las 3 líneas del ferrocarril del Istmo de Tehuantepec, que dará servicio de pasajeros y de carga. Los océanos Pacífico y Atlántico se unen a través de 308 kilómetros de vías férreas de la línea Z. Actualmente ya comenzó el movimiento de carga y el transporte de pasajeros iniciará en diciembre. La línea FA enlazará Coatzacoalcos con Palenque mediante 328 kilómetros de vías. Igualmente, ya inició el transporte de mercancías y en diciembre comenzará el de pasajeros de Coatzacoalcos a Roberto Ayala. Al mismo tiempo, se conecta Ciudad Ixtepec con Ciudad Hidalgo mediante 459 kilómetros de la línea K, cuya rehabilitación concluirá en 2024. Para impulsar la instalación de industrias y fortalecer la actividad productiva en la región, se crean 10 polos de desarrollo con condiciones para atraer inversiones y potenciar las vocaciones productivas. Las empresas que se instalen en los polos contarán con incentivos fiscales y no fiscales. La Secretaría de Marina resguarda la seguridad de la plataforma logística, los polos de desarrollo y de la población del Istmo. Con todas estas acciones, se potencia el desarrollo económico y social de la región con un enfoque sustentable, sostenible e incluyente.
Gobierno de México.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. This is a priority project of the Mexican government, which aims to implement a comprehensive logistic platform that will be interconnected by more than 1,200 kilometers of railways, operated by the Isthmus of Tehuantepec Railway, including the state ports of Oaxaca, Veracruz, Chiapas, and Tabasco. Likewise, the mission of the Interoceanic Corridor is to establish development goals for well-being, focus on attraction of industries linked to regional productive vocations that, with an integral, sustainable, and inclusive vision, will contribute to the development of the region. The Interoceanic Corridor of Isthmus of the Tehuantepec comprises of two platforms, a logistical platform and industrial platform. The logistical platform comprises of 4 ports, a federal highway, and a railway, also 6 ports. The planned ports include Coatzacoalcos and Dos Bocas in the Gulf of Mexico, as well as Salina Cruz and Puerto Chiapas in the Pacific, which are being modernized to meet the needs. Considering that Coatzacoalcos and Salina Cruz ports are traditional known for their transportation of oil and petrochemical cargoes, they are currently also move bulk cargoes and very little containers cargo. While the port of Salina Cruz will serve as a specialized container terminal, it will also operate as a hub for container distribution and consolidation in the Pacific to cater to post-Panama vessels. The Interoceanic Corridor of Isthmus of Tehuantepec spans over a land area of 47,500 kilometers, comparable to the territories of Holland and Costa Rica. The region under the development has a population of 2.4 million inhabitants, akin to the cities of Houston or Pakistan or Paris. This region is the 10th top destination for foreign direct investment worldwide and the second in Latin America, after Brazil, according to the latest report from CEPAL. Currently, Mexico has 12 trade agreements with 46 countries, granting us preferential access to 1.2 billion consumers, representing 65% of the global GDP. This enhances competitiveness in human capital and ease of doing business, while primarily increasing connectivity with the world's major economic regions. The logistical platform encompasses 3 significant market niches: domestic import and export cargo generated with the region, interoceanic cargo transported between Asia and the Midwest and East Coast regions of the United States, the import and export payload generated in the industrial parks. Meanwhile, the industrial platform comprises value chain integration in North America, great industrial potential in the development region, implementation of long-term programs to strengthen the productive capacities. The businesses is comprised of the 10 industrial parks situated along the Interoceanic Corridor. Currently, 5 parks are being tendered, with the others to follow the coming months. The federal government is provided tax incentives very attractive for attracting national and international companies to invest in this region. Also, we have the access of growing market in the US, What is our competitive advantage? Up to the 5 days reduction in transit time versus other options in the region, from $300 to up $1,000 intermodal cost reduction versus LAB-LB. Thanks to our strategic location, the Tehuantepec Isthmus is an efficient alternative to connect the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans in less than 24 hours with competitive cost and significant saving for users. But what about the regional railway network? It has a direct impact in 4 states, Oaxaca, Veracruz, Tabasco, and Chiapas, as well as 113 municipalities and several localities. The railway service has a capability to transport freight. Up to 65 cars can be transported per train with a maximum weight capacity of 5,200 tons per trip. The containers can be double stowed, accommodating 260 per trip and providing space for various types of cargo. Passengers can be also accommodated with up to 500 individuals, included VIP, first class, and second class option. And also, we comprises Logistica Asia and North America. This is our projection of container cargo. But what about the specification of the major ports? The port of Coatzacoalcos boasts the multiple advantage. 2 ports enclosures, Coatzacoalcos and Pajaritos, with a maximum depth of 14 meters in the navigation channel and 9.5 meters in the dock. Additionally, there is a simultaneous offering of a multiple docking position. Next one is the port of Salina Cruz. Has a commercial area with a depth up of 14 meters in the navigation channels and construction of a new port with access of depth of 24 meters and entrance at 300 meters wide, which will allow a deep draft vessel. And the development poles. The facilities and feasibility studies will be conducted in the development poles to provide last-mile infrastructure. This includes the installation of an optical system that spans several kilometers over a right-of-way and comprise of 145 wires, 3 turbo to connect ports and development poles. Interconnection terminals will be established within the ports for regional coverage of the municipalities in Oaxaca, Veracruz, Chiapas, and Tabasco. Additionally, physical stimuli will be provided, subject to the minimum employment generation requirements established by the Mexican government. The companies situated in the industrial park in the corridor will be eligible for various benefits and incentives. Thank you so much for your attention. You have any kind of questions all about it? If you don't, thank you for remaining here. Sir?
Thank you. Actually, I was very keen to be present here today. As you know, everybody is now rushing up to the Bahamas reception, and of course, it is an election time. But thanks to Mexico to hosting this, and our view is that hopefully Mexico will make another occasion when there will not be any election, more people will be here. So it is in addition to what you have done now. And it is very interesting. You use the word land bridge. And we believe it is a big challenge to bring 2 or multiple administrations together within the same country for a very successful operation. I'm sure that this planning within their government is going very well. I believe this interoceanic corridor will create a new example in the world, how easily a country can contribute to the multimodal transport operations, as well as contributing to the minimization of greenhouse gas emission and also cost effectiveness in the transportation. So I just want to make a comment. I don't want to ask any question at this moment. We look forward to have this presentation again in future, or maybe more updated presentation, so that we know that Mexico is contributing to this global project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your thoughts, and we'll be see you if we can repeat this presentation in next day. From Guatemala.
Gracias por la presentación, muy interesante, muy buena. Of course, we're very interested because it looks like a very massive and important project for the region. I think not only for Mexico, but for the whole region. I just missed if you mentioned if you're going to specialize in any specific type of freight or cargo. If you just can elaborate a little bit of that. And nothing, congratulations. I hope if we can get the presentation as well later or again in another occasion, will be very interesting because it's a real good project for the region.
Yes, of course. Thank you so much. Yeah. Well, actually, all the ports will be open, or with this specific kind of ports, will be open to different type of cargo, not only for gas and oil, also for a container ship and another different kind of cargo. That will be the major inputs in this present administration to make all their reforms to do so. And yes, it will be shared with all of you, the presentation and so on. Well, thank you so much, and bon appetit.
Niin tohkitset homma, niin se.
А последняя, то, что самое-самое последнее. Ну, это хрень полнейшая.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We are back after the lunch break, and thanks to Bahamas for such a wonderful, wonderful lunch. Before the tea break, I actually forgot to thank the interpreters. I know they stayed 10 minutes extra, and I should have sought their consent. So now I take this opportunity to thank all the interpreters for giving us 10 extra minutes at tea break. And with that, having said that, I now have the pleasure of inviting His Excellency Mr. John Muturwa, Minister of Works and Transport of Namibia. Excellency John Muturwa, you have the floor, Excellency.
The President of the IMO Assembly, our Vice Presidents, the Secretary General, Ministers, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, High Commissioners, Heads of Delegation, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to start off by congratulating you, Mr. President, for your well-earned election as President of the 33rd IMO Assembly, and assure you of Namibia's full support during your time in office. Let me also thank you, predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Manuel of the Philippines, for the excellent stewardship of the 32nd session of the IMO Assembly. This is the first full in-person IMO Assembly after the COVID-19 pandemic, a global health crisis that severely impacted international trade, of which as much as 90% is transported by sea. As we celebrate the post-COVID-19 recovery, it is imperative to establish robust systems to guarantee that in the face of any future pandemics, our seafarers will not be deprived of shore leave or essential medical care. Being a small nation with a significant outward focus and a long sea coast, Namibia has been and is positioning itself as a logistic hub for Southern Africa. Consequently, international trade and maritime transport, which is not possible without seafarers, hold very strategic importance for our country. We are therefore committed to contributing to the IMO initiatives that are aimed at promoting a fair, efficient, and resilient global maritime transport system and the advancement of the seafarers' welfare. Climate change poses a very existential threat to humanity, and the global community views maritime transport as a crucial player in combating climate change. In this regard, Namibia wishes to commend and express gratitude to all IMO member states for adopting in July of this year the 2023 IMO strategy and reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from the ships, which aims to address harmful emissions and align maritime transport with the global temperature goal of the Paris Climate Agreement. Namibia aims to contribute to the strategy by producing low and zero emissions and fuels. Especially green hydrogen and ammonia and through green shipping corridors. We eagerly await and anticipate active participation in the next steps of the strategy's implementation, particularly the assessment of impacts of the candidates' mid- and long-term measures on states with the objective of ensuring that maritime decarbonization is just and equitable, and it considers the unique needs of developing countries, especially small island developing states and least developed countries. The adoption of the aforementioned strategy underscores IMO's paramount role as the sole international body for establishing a legal framework for addressing current and future global maritime challenges. However, the success in addressing these challenges hinges on the effective implementation and enforcement of IMO instruments at the national level. Therefore, Namibia sincerely appreciates IMO's continued support in addressing its human capital capacity needs through the Integrated Technical Cooperation Program and the Global Maritime Training Institutions, namely the World Maritime University and IMO International Maritime Law Institute. In closing, I wish to express Namibia's deepest gratitude to the outgoing IMO Secretary General, Mr. Kitak Lim, for your exceptional contribution to the IMO's work and to the global maritime transport system. I also extend Namibia's warmest welcome and congratulations to Mr. Arsenio Antonio Dominguez Velasco on your impending appointment as the next Secretary General of the IMO. We wish you every success in this crucial role and pledge our country and government's full support. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. John Muthwenwa, Minister for Works and Transport of Namibia, for his statement, and I now have the pleasure of welcoming Mr. Luis Moses Mendy, Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure of Gambia. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. Madam First Vice President, the Secretary General, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the President of the Republic of the Gambia and the Gambian delegation, I bring you warm greetings from the smiling coast of Africa. First and foremost, I would like to thank the outgoing Secretary General for his exemplary leadership during the last 8 years, and also congratulate the Secretary General-elect and wish him a successful tenure. Madam First Vice President, it is our pleasure to be part of this August gathering of the highest organ of the Global Standard Setting Organization. I take this opportunity as the representative of the Minister responsible for maritime transport to thank the organization under the excellent leadership of the Secretary General for the milestones registered in the recent years, especially the use of innovative technologies during the COVID-19 pandemic that ensure that member states continue to deliver on important issues affecting the maritime industry. Madam First Vice President, the Gambia recognizes the efforts of the organization in making shipping safer, more efficient, and environmentally sound and sustainable through cooperation, while remaining as the most responsive and preferred option for mass transit of cargo. It can be conveniently stated that the maritime industry offers more opportunity globally than any other sector. These opportunities can be leveraged on optimally through corporations to make the world wealthier for the betterment of its citizens' livelihood. These opportunities, Madam First Vice President, could be explored through participatory and cooperative frameworks, and I therefore urge this august body to continue playing the crucial role of providing comprehensive regulatory frameworks to guide and create a level playing field where least developed countries and small island developing countries will have a fair share of what the maritime industry offers. Madam First Vice President, the Gambia is aware of the efforts of this august body in making its ambitious greenhouse strategies for the maritime sector as part of the global efforts to combat global warming. While significant achievements have been recorded and new greenhouse gas strategies being adopted, there should be no room for complacency until the least developed countries and small island developing countries of the IMO are assisted to cope with the impact of this phenomenon. Such areas would be capacity building, training, adoption of greenhouse technologies, technical assistance to implement national plans of action that are very critical to the development and realization of this objective. The Gambia is aware of the efforts of the IMO is making in the fight against sea-based marine plastic littering in collaboration with other UN bodies such as FAO. And such efforts is just the ended Glow Litter Africa Regional Task Force meeting held in Nairobi, which demonstrates IMO's holistic approach in the fight against marine environmental pollution. To that end, Madam First Vice President, the Gambia wants to commend the IMO for its global partnership initiatives, particularly the holding of the first in-person knowledge partnership workshop in Accra, which was indeed timely and crucial to rendering the much-needed assistance and support to least developed countries and small island developing states through donor-sponsored projects. This is a trusted and reliable trajectory that has a potential to bring donors and recipients face-to-face in engagements while IMO provides the needed technical assistance. The Gambia, Madam First Vice President, is a unique maritime member state as it is one of the only country, if not the only country, that is divided by its river into two halves, which has 477 kilometers navigable from the Atlantic Ocean. In addition to her being a coastal port and a flag state, the Gambia has a huge opportunity to explore its maritime transport services. For this reason, the Gambia is committed to supporting the efforts of IMO and as such ratified and domesticated key IMO conventions. The state has undergone the IMSAS audit and is now working with the organization for guidance on the correction of the findings. We are encouraged by this support we received from the IMO so far through its regional presence office and partners. We have developed maritime transport policy and maritime sector strategy to inform and guide future development needs of the maritime sector of the country. The Gambia is therefore interested in developing further collaboration and partnership with the IMO and member states to achieve this objective. To conclude, Madam First Vice President, IMO is an important global institution that is established to serve the interests of international shipping enshrined in the IMO Convention. I therefore urge member states to jealously guide the spirit and intentions demonstrated in the convention that establishes this specialized agency of the United Nations against any politicization tendencies with the potentials of eroding the trust and confidence built among member states, and above all, discredit the technical reputation that this organization is known for. On that note, I want to thank Madam Vice President, Secretary General, Your Excellencies, and distinguished delegates for your kind attention. Thank you.
I thank Excellency Luis Moses Mendy, Permanent Secretary of Gambia for the Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure, and also for putting me in the right place. Madam Vice President, I quite like that. I now have the honor of calling upon Dr. Arun Thangaraj, Deputy Minister, Transport Canada, from the Canadian delegation. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Ministers, High Commissioners, and Ambassadors, Secretary General, permanent representatives to the International Maritime Organization, distinguished delegates and observers. It is my great honor to address the 33rd session of the Assembly on behalf of the Government of Canada. I would first like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Ki-Tak Lim for his service as the Secretary General to the IMO. During your tenure, you advanced critically important issues in this organization, including seafarer welfare, most notably during the COVID-19 pandemic, tackling climate change, advancing the issue of international cooperation through technical assistance, and positioning the organization through your forward thinking to deal with the impact of emerging technologies such as automation on the maritime sector, including issues of safety, security, and labor. Canada is both deeply impressed and appreciative of how you, through your leadership and this organization, have been able to navigate these issues over the past 8 years. Thank you very much, Mr. Lim. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate the incoming Secretary General, Arsenio Dominguez. We wish you all of the best in your new tenure. With the world's longest coastline and ports of call on the Atlantic, Pacific, and Arctic Oceans, maritime transportation is an essential part of the Canadian economy and the way of life for its people. In 2022, ports and marine shipping companies carried almost $151 billion of cargo, which is almost 20% of Canada's exports to world markets, and brought in $194 billion of Canada's total imports by value. That is more than 339 million tons of cargo value coming through Canada's ports. Many of our coastal and Indigenous communities can also rely on the marine environment for their livelihoods and sustenance. This is why Canada strongly supports the work of the IMO to promote the safety and security of shipping and the prevention of marine and atmospheric pollution by ships. We are proud to serve on the IMO Council since 1959. Over that time, we have witnessed tremendous change to the maritime sector. The past few years have been incredibly challenging for the global economy, for its environment, and the health of its people. Coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic, it has been inspiring to see the IMO continue to learn from and adjust its work to reflect the new reality and address the challenges that the marine sector faces. In light of the IMO's achievements this year, we are pleased that it has adopted the revised GHG reduction strategy for global shipping. In addition, the IMO is making great strides in finalizing the guidelines on biofueling, the directive on underwater noise, developing safety guidelines for alternative fuels, and establishing e-learning courses to build capacity amongst member states. These activities demonstrate the IMO's continued importance in solving the problems of today and of tomorrow. As further conventions and standards are ratified by other countries, such as the 2010 Hazardous and Noxious Substances Protocol, Canada will be ready to adopt relevant measures that will improve environmental protection and the safety and security of the marine sector. Noting that French is the official language of both Canada and the IMO, I would like to conclude my remarks in French.
Looking to the future, it is clear that IMO will play a vital role in responding to the opportunities and challenges to come. It must be ensured that the increase in autonomous shipping does not compromise the safety of navigation and that seafarers are properly trained and prepared to support this transition. Furthermore, there is a need to continue to empower and promote women in the maritime sector and to adopt a package of mid-term measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from international shipping. Another priority for Canada is to continue to progress work related to navigation and the environment in the Arctic. As we initially proposed at MEPC this year, Canada plans to propose the designation of an emissions control zone in the Canadian Arctic. With the opening of the Northwest Passage and the predicted increase of shipping in the Arctic in the years to come, these efforts are more vital than ever to ensure that this virgin environment is protected and that maritime safety is guaranteed. In conclusion, Canada is delighted to work closely with IMO and its member states to progress work to make the global maritime sector safer and to ensure the sustainability of the environment. Thank you to all for your time, and I wish you a very productive 33rd Assembly. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Arun Tangari. Very much. Thank you very much. That's about how much French I can speak. I now have the honor to call upon Mrs. Manaporan Charoensri, Deputy Minister of Transport of Thailand. You have the floor, Madam.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, Secretary General, Minister, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this is my great pleasure to address the 33rd session of the International Maritime Organization Assembly on behalf of the Kingdom of Thailand. At the outset, allow me to express my sincere congratulations to Mr. President on your election as the President of the 33rd session of the Assembly. Mr. President, international shipping is dynamic. Its profile can be changed at all times. Why? The safety, security, and protection of marine environments from ships are invaluable. This is why the IMO, as a global lawmaker, could not procrastinate its paramount duties. In this regard, Thailand, as a member state and council member, has the pledged commitment and achieved several targets, which I would like to highlight here, such as success in development of a national maritime long-term strategy of effectively implement the standard for safety, security, and environment protection, and timely access to the IMO conventions. Enhancing proactive participation in the works of IMO in order to serve common interests of all IMO member states and ensure maximum benefit of the international maritime community, establishes close cooperation with the international organization to enhance collective efforts to adopt and implement a plan against IUU fishing, marine environment, protection, and safety of navigation. Thailand will continue our support to the IMO technical cooperation program in order to help member states to the discharge their obligation under IMO instruments by hosting regional workshop seminar of neighbor states. Thailand has put great emphasis on gender equality through the promotion of the recruitment, retention, and sustained employment of women in maritime administrations, ports, and training institutes. In this opportunity, I am pleased to share to the Assembly about Thailand's latest initiative on the development of the Land Bridge project, a logistic mega project which aims to enhance efficiency of maritime trade by connecting Indian Ocean and the Gulf of Thailand. The investment value estimated at the $35.6 billion once it is completed in 2030. The project will boost the regional economy. It will be also reduce shipping time and the congestion in this Strait of Malacca. Mr. President, last but not least, Thailand has joined the IMO membership since September 1973, and this year we celebrate 50th anniversary of IMO membership. In this regard, under our vision, Global Partnership of Maritime Sustainability, Thailand would like to reaffirm our commitment to work hand in hand with the IMO and member states to enhance maritime safety and security and the quality of the sea for the next generation. Thank you so much.
I thank Her Excellency Manopan Charanasri, Deputy Minister of Transport of Thailand, also reaffirming leadership of women in maritime. I now have the pleasure calling upon His Excellency Mr. Ramachandran Krishnamurthy Thanalapathy, Secretary to the Government of India, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, to deliver a statement, please. You have the floor, sir.
Madam Vice President, His Excellency Secretary General, the Secretary General Designate, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar and good afternoon. At the outset, India appreciates the outstanding leadership role being played by the IMO in international shipping, including its efforts towards greener and safer shipping. We thank and compliment the outgoing Secretary General, Mr. Kitak Lim, for ably steering IMO and offer our congratulations and best wishes to the Secretary General designate, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez. India is party to all major IMO conventions and is implementing the mandate of IMO conventions in letter and spirit. We are also privileged to be the first pilot project country for the IMO Norway Green Voyage 2050 project. Our government's Sagarmala and Maritime India Vision programs are bringing in transformational changes at the ground level. The ports and shipping sector in India is growing larger, cleaner, greener, and safer. The government is also taking major steps to enhance economic productivity by making the logistics sector more efficient and effective. Along with the growth in India's GDP, enabling it to become the 5th largest economy, the capacity of Indian ports has increased by 102% in the last 1 decade, and logistics efficiencies have improved enormously. The government is working to bring together all stakeholders in the sector, including investors, innovators, and private players through maritime clusters. The number of Indian seafarers has also seen an increase of 121%. For the physical well-being of seafarers, a new initiative called Sagar Mein Yog has been initiated by the Indian Maritime Administration. India is working towards empowerment of women seafarers and now has more than 4,000 active women seafarers. A new initiative by the name Sagar Mein Samman has been initiated for women to ensure more opportunities and a sense of belongingness and safety among women seafarers. The shipping fleet of India is also growing with 1,528 ships and a tonnage of 13.8 million GT. A large increase of 1,300% has been seen in wind and solar power capacity at major ports in India. With respect to policy and legislative reforms, India has enacted a new Major Port Authority Act, a Marine Aids to Navigation Act, and an Inland Vessels Act, all in 2021. The current Merchant Shipping Act is also under review for making shipping more efficient, economical, safer, and investment-oriented. The cruise tourism sector in India has also seen an increase of 262% in annual international cruise passengers. In order to preserve and promote our ancient maritime heritage, we are building a national maritime heritage complex at Lothal, Gujarat, near Mumbai, at a site where a 5,000-year-old dockyard was discovered. India recently organized the Global Maritime India Summit 2023 at Mumbai with the participation of more than 50 countries, which saw a series of insightful sessions addressing various aspects of the maritime industry, ranging from green shipping and ports to the latest trends in shipping and maritime logistics and welfare of seafarers. India is working to fulfill its resolve of becoming a developed nation in the next 25 years. We are moving towards a future where the blue economy will be the medium to create a green planet. We have formulated our Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047, which aims to achieve a sustainable and prosperous blue economy. This vision was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister of India during the Global Maritime India Summit, and the philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, or the world is one family, underlines this vision. We are committed to developing and turning India into a leader in several sectors over the next few years, including in ship financing, insurance, shipbuilding and repair, leasing, and arbitration. Collaboration and partnerships in these areas are welcome from all countries. Apart from this, smart ports, technology, AI, digitalization, and green shipping and fuels, including hydrogen and its derivatives, will be our focus areas. Distinguished delegates, this month, India has been elected to the Executive Committee and Joint Audit Body of IOPC funds. India continues to be committed to contributing to efforts and initiatives of the IMO for a safe and secure maritime transportation and working with all countries towards these aims. India is also putting forward its candidature for re-election to the Council of the IMO in Category B, representing states with the largest interest in international seaborne trade. India would rededicate itself with renewed commitment towards the development of the objectives of IMO. Thank you, Madam Vice President, and thank you, distinguished delegates, for your kind attention.
I thank His Excellency Ramachandran Krishnamurthy for his statement on behalf of the Government of India. And I now have the pleasure to call upon Mr. Eddie Santiago, to call upon His Excellency Mr. Francisco Munoz, Director General of Maritime Affairs of Guatemala. You have the floor, sir.
Muchas gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and sincere congratulations on your nomination to preside over this session of the Assembly. Good afternoon, all. On behalf of Guatemala, allow me to begin by thanking Secretary General Kitak Lim, who has led this organization since the 1st of January 2016 and has faced major challenges such as the COVID-19 pandemic and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. He has sought to help us understand and to guide member states in order to ensure that ships could continue to operate safely, efficiently, and without undermining the health and safety of the crew. Furthermore, allow me to thank IMO for its unconditional support in providing assistance to the Guatemala National Maritime Authority to strengthen it through the Technical Cooperation Division and the Latin American Regional Office. To you, sir, all I can say is that I wish you fair winds as you set sail for new seas. To Mr. Arsenio Antonio Dominguez Velasco of the Republic of Panama, Secretary General-elect of the IMO for 2024 to 2027. As a Central American brother, we are proud and delighted that the maritime world has placed its confidence in our region, and we are convinced that the International Maritime Organization is in good hands and will bring us safely home to port as we start this new leg of the journey. Madam, this has been an extremely productive and indeed a historical year for the organization. One of the major milestones has been the adoption of the greenhouse gas reduction strategy of ships' emissions. Among others, I would like to acknowledge the establishment of the IMO Gender Equality Prize. We also have a new strategic plan for 2024-2029, so that we have now set our course. These results justify pride in the organization and all its membership because we are making progress on relevant matters which we share. My delegation would also like to thank the Secretariat for its great efforts to enhance multilingualism and translation services. We are therefore very pleased that during this assembly we will be adopting new progressive measures to enhance and strengthen multilingualism within the organization, to favor and to ensure greater and more effective participation. All of this is very important for my country. I would also like to address the international maritime community and to inform you that Guatemala's National Maritime Authority is run by specialized units within the maritime sphere of the National Ministry of Defense. They are responsible for keeping watch over compliance with maritime instruments to guarantee the competence of seafarers, to contribute also to maritime safety, maritime security, and prevention of pollution in our sovereign and jurisdictional waters. We are also working hard to train and to enhance capacity of our merchant marine through programs and partnerships with other technical institutes in order to seek new opportunities for hundreds of young Guatemalans. Although our National Maritime Authority in Guatemala is relatively young compared to other states whose presence we are honored to find ourselves in, it's clear to us that there are many issues related to international shipping which are extremely important, as well as their positive and negative effects. And we are therefore pleased to inform you that in September, at the behest of the President of the Republic, Dr. Alejandro Giammattei Falla, the National Maritime Policy for 2023 to 43 was approved, the aim being to establish policy guidance to strengthen coordination and the efforts of the various bodies which make up the Guatemalan Maritime Administration to ensure that Guatemala can continue its maritime development in an orderly, strategic way in line with the international conventions on maritime affairs to which we are party, as well as to assist in complying with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Guatemala will continue to promote a range of legal instruments in order to strengthen the roles of government institutions and to ensure that our country is deemed to be highly competitive. Madam President, allow me to conclude by expressing the wish that this 33rd Assembly session should have every success and that it should satisfy all member states and that we can continue to work building bridges towards an efficient, sustainable and safe maritime sector. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Señor Francisco Munoz, for your wonderful statement. I now have the pleasure of welcoming remotely Dr. Ali Akbar Safai, Vice Minister of Roads and, I now have the pleasure of welcoming His Excellency Mr. Ali Akbar Marzban, Director General of Seafarer Affairs of the Islamic Republic of Iran, who will join us remotely. You have the floor, sir.
Yes. Good afternoon, and thank you, Vice President. Let me initially inform that His Excellency Dr. Ali Akbar Safai, Vice Minister of Roads and Urban Development and Managing Director of the Ports and Maritime Organization of the Islamic Republic of Iran, was to address the Assembly. However, he had to leave his office in an emergency. Therefore, on behalf of His Excellency, I, Mr. Akbar Marzban, Director General of the Seafarers Affairs and International Specialized Agencies, with your permission, will read the general statement. Do I have your permission?
Absolutely, Excellency. You have the permission of the Assembly.
Thank you. In the name of Allah, the Compassionate, the Merciful. First of all, I would like to remind you of the innocent and undefended people of Gaza. These days and in this civilized world, a genocide is happening in the small part of Palestine land. The nation and the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran, like many others in the world, has strongly manifested its hatred towards these violent crimes by the occupying Israeli forces and condemned the serious bombardment and heinous criminal actions against the women, children, infants, hospitals, and schools in Gaza. Now the general statement addressing the IMO Assembly. Her Excellency, Vice President of Assembly, His Excellency, Secretary General of IMO, distinguished representatives of IMO member states and international organizations, ladies and gentlemen. First, we would like to express our sincere congratulations to the assignment of the President and Vice Presidents from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Bangladesh, and Peru for the 33rd session of IMO Assembly. And I hope that under their management, the Assembly could attain its objectives. Vice President, ladies and gentlemen, maritime economy, including maritime transportation, has always been the top priority of national policies of the Islamic Republic of Iran. In this regard, in November 2023, the general policies in relation with maritime development have, with the consultation of all stakeholders, been developed by the State Expediency Discernment Council and approved by the Supreme Leader of the country, His Excellency Ayatollah Khamenei. We believe that a very considerable part of these policies will be implemented in line with the constructive interactions and cooperation with other nations, particularly with the governments in the region and international organizations, on top of which is IMO. Surely, that would happen within a peaceful, safe, and secure atmosphere and environment. In this line, the Islamic Republic of Iran has always been obliged to comply with the requirements as set out in the related maritime treaties. We all know that the governing spirit of all these instruments and the IMO Convention is promoting the bilateral partnership and cooperation of member states. However, unfortunately, I've witnessed that the US government acts against the provisions of IMO Convention, SOLAS, and other treaties, and continuously disrupts the services being provided to the Iranian flagships, including the satellite services. Therefore, it is expected that all key players, including contracting governments, IMO, IMSO, prevent and hinder these discriminative actions by all means, as they are in clear conflict with the above-mentioned principles. Vice President, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, in IMO Council approval, it was decided that the Islamic Republic of Iran would be hosting the World Maritime Day parallel event in October 2023. However, in 129th session of IMO Council, the US and the government of the US and the UK governments prevented this event to be held, presenting some absurd accusations. We would like to express our dissatisfaction of this unacceptably action, which happened with a political influence and propaganda. We urge the IMO member states to be vigilant and never let IMO divert from its technical and professional path. Finally, I would like to thank and appreciate Mr. Kitak Lim for his precious endeavor during his leadership as IMO Secretary General, and ask God to give him and his family the best of luck and health. We also welcome and congratulate Mr. Arsenio Dominguez for his election as new Secretary General of IMO. Meanwhile, I wish to commemorate our late IMO representative, Mrs. Mandana Mansourian, the Vice Chair of the IMO's Technical Cooperation Committee, who passed away in February 2023 due to an illness. I pray for her soul to rest and be in peace. I wish you all the best, and thank you for listening to my speech. Thank you.
I thank Excellency Ali Akbar Marzban, Director General of Seafarer Affairs of Islamic Republic of Iran, for his statement, and I'd like to welcome His Excellency Mr. Harman Samundsson, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Infrastructure of Iceland, to deliver his speech, please. You have the floor.
Excellencies, President of the Assembly, distinguished delegations, ladies and gentlemen, Iceland has always stressed a great importance to maritime safety, security and protection. and in the marine environment. We continue to promote and participate actively within the organization, International Maritime Organization, where Iceland has been a member since 1960. Fishing is one of the most dangerous occupations in the world. There are many reasons for this, such as extreme weather conditions, unsafe vessels, poorly educated and trained crews, insufficient search and research service, to mention few. We all know too well the consequences of accidents at sea and have raised awareness about safety and call for actions to improve the conditions of vessels and the crews. As you know, the 1977 Torremolinos Convention and its 93 Protocol will be replaced by the Cape Town Agreement. Although more than 44 years have passed since the first attempt to put in place an international treaty on fishing vessel safety, the agreement is not yet in force. However, the good news are nearby, and we are getting closer to the final steps. The purpose of the Cape Town Agreement is to improve safety standards in the sector, thus reducing loss of life, and to ensure improved working conditions for fishers. For a country like Iceland, relatively small but very much relying on the fishing and marine industry, it was and has been obvious for a long time for us that the regulatory framework on fishing safety could not be sort of developed from scratch. It had to be based on something that really and already existed. Our conclusion was that international instruments provide the best guidance in this regard. Today, the provisions of the Cape Town Agreement and its forerunners are the backbone of national legislation in Iceland concerning the design, construction, and equipment of fishing vessels of 15 meters and above. The impact of this legislation in Iceland, together with regulations on education and training of fishers and on board working and living conditions, has been incredible. The number of vessels lost, as well as the number of accidents and fatalities at sea, have been considerably reduced over the last decades. Thanks to these improvements, the safety culture has changed, and safety is now a central factor in fishing operations. Today, the industry is safe, professional, and also attractive for young people. Iceland therefore encourages and urges all IMO member states to ratify the Cape Town Agreement without delay, so that the fishers around the world can enjoy and benefits of safe seas. Dear delegations, shipping is a major source of greenhouse gas emissions and as such is also an important part of the solution. Iceland is committed to reducing emissions of greenhouse gases and aims to cut them by 55% by 2030 and to achieve carbon neutrality no later than 2040. Iceland was one of the signatories of the Declaration on Zero Emission Shipping by 2050, released at COP26. In July this year, at the Marine Environmental Protection Committee, IMO adopted a revised strategy on reduction of emissions from ships. This is a significant milestone in the work of IMO, and this is the result of intensive deliberations and negotiations in the spirit of cooperation. The adoption of the revised strategy sends out an important signal of IMO's commitment to reduce emissions from international shipping, and it sets the pathway of achieving decarbonization of shipping sector by or close to 2050. However, there is still a lot of work to do with ambitious indicative checkpoints in 2030 and 40, and Iceland fully supported the levels of ambitions in this revised IMO strategy, and therefore we look forward to the 2028 review of the strategy, and we will be working with all other IMO member states to assess the progress in reducing emission and consider possible revisions to respond to the latest climate science and development by that time. I wish you all the best as this assembly, and thank you for your attention.
I thank Excellency Herman Samuelsson, from Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Infrastructure of Iceland, and I now have the honor of inviting Mr. Nguyen Duy Lem, Vice Minister, Ministry of Transport of Vietnam. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Madam President, Your Excellency, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Vietnam highly appreciates the firm leadership and effort exerted by IMO for sustainable development of the global maritime industry, particularly over the past year, as the world faced various new challenges such as COVID-19 pandemic, marine pollution, and other security and safety concerns. Located in Asia-Pacific region, along the vital international shipping line connecting the Pacific Indian Ocean, Vietnam shares common interests with international community, enhancing the implementation of IMO Convention in maritime safety and security, marine environment protection, as well as emerging issues such as green and sustainable shipping adapt to climate change. The Vietnamese government consistently considers the implementation of IMO Convention one of the priorities in the maritime development. Accordingly, Vietnam has been proactively implementing amendments to various international maritime conventions. Taking this opportunity, I would like to inform the Assembly that the Vietnamese government has agreed to accede to the Ballast Water Management Convention and our Ministry of Foreign Affairs will send official notification of accession instrument to IMO within December 2023. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the development of green economy aiming to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals outlined in United Nations 2030 Agenda is a global concern today. Enhancing the effective implementation of green and clean energy is one of the priorities the Vietnamese government across various sectors, including the maritime industry. Vietnam strongly commits to fulfilling its responsibility in an IMO member state environmental protection, especially reducing greenhouse gas emissions and promoting the transition to low carbon and non-carbon fuel in line with goals in Paris Agreement on climate change. As COP26, Vietnam committed to achieving net zero emission by 2050, and COP27, Vietnam reconfirmed its commitment to energy transition and intensify emission reduction across all industry. In line with its commitment in 2022, the Vietnam government issued a decision in approving the action program for green energy transition and carbon reduction. The transport sector, in this regard, the maritime sector is prioritized in implementing emission reduction measures. Ladies and gentlemen, The issue of green and sustainable energy transition is a new field that requires joint effort from entire international maritime community. It is crucial to establish the mechanism to support financial and human resource technology for developing countries, ensuring that no country is left behind in the process of sustainable transport transition and climate change adaptation. Vietnam supports initiatives of establishing such mechanism in the time to come. On behalf of the Vietnamese government, I sincerely express the gratitude to the IMO for its support to Vietnam for almost 40 years. Vietnam committed to continuing its collaboration with the international maritime community to implement the global sustainable development goals set by IMO. Thank you for your attention.
I thank His Excellency Nguyen Duy Lam, Vice Minister of Transport of Vietnam, and I now have the pleasure of inviting His Excellency Mr. Benito Nunes, Secretary General for Transport of Spain. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Vice President, Secretary General, Ministers, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Good afternoon to you all. It is an honor for me to address this IMO Assembly as a representative of Spain, the Spanish government's Ministry of Transport and Sustainable Mobility. Madam President, I must begin by congratulating you on your election. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the perfect storm, which has been caused by the various crises afflicting the world, includes a significant maritime component. The pandemic, the climate emergency, and current geopolitical challenges have all raised awareness of the invaluable role and dependence on maritime ports and seafarers in world trade. It's increasingly apparent with each passing day that shipping is a key part of world trade, sustainable development of our societies, and the global energy transition. Spain is convinced that in order to achieve these goals, the solutions which the maritime sector provides must lie at the heart of global efforts to tackle the challenges which we face. With this in mind, allow me to take stock briefly of this biennium as it comes to an end and to share some thoughts with you. Secretary General, what more can we do for seafarers? All those of us here will know that Spain is very much aware of the problems facing seafarers and of their needs. We are sharing the lessons learned from the pandemic by the United Nations, or with the United Nations Joint Action Group and the sector. But the question is this enough? And if so, how can we at IMO take steps to guarantee that we take account of all the needs of the seafarers? Secretary General, dear Kitak, it is only right to acknowledge your tireless work and your empathy with seafarers throughout these years. The most recent example of your commitment here was the convening of the joint IMO-ILO conference on work at sea, where I had the opportunity to share the experience of the Spanish Maritime Administration in setting minimum manning strengths on board ship. We believe that more must be done and at a higher level for seafarers. The IMO's work for seafarers should be a compulsory benchmark for all member states and for the maritime sector when it comes to taking action. In addition, the ILO should note the work of the IMO in establishing its regulatory framework for the sector, as was clear in the course of the conference. Spain is committed to working in this direction. Distinguished delegates, decarbonization is the greatest challenge facing shipping. The IMO has shown its strong leadership with its unanimous adoption of the 2023 strategy on the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from ships. Together, we have achieved a historic feat. We've set the course towards decarbonization of the shipping sector by supporting and strengthening global efforts to tackle climate change, to guaranteeing at the same time that no one is left behind. Collective efforts and generosity, as well as trust in dialogue among all parties, have been key to this success. And the Secretary-General, I'm sure, is aware of how important trust has been in this process. With the adoption of the 2023 strategy, a new chapter is opening in the way we understand international shipping and its impact on our environment, because we cannot forget that maritime decarbonization requires a change in environmental behavior which goes beyond the maritime sector and covers the entire value chain. Dear delegates, Spain has been working for many years towards sustainable shipping from the point of view of the environment, but also in social and economic terms. Allow me to emphasize that given the new and very uncertain outlook and the global crisis, Spain once again confirms its relevance within the IMO, and this time more specifically from the as chair of the IMO Council, where we've faced extremely complex issues over the last 2 years. We'd like to express our commitment to continue to grow on the international maritime scene by strengthening the role of our country in the international shipping sector, to developing greater ability to influence major decisions at the IMO, and strengthening our role as a good and trustworthy interlocutor in multilateral relations. And I will conclude. My dear Secretary-General and friend Kitak, I believe I can safely say that you leave behind you an organization which is more united and cohesive, and where trust between member states has grown with every passing year. And this is, we believe, your greatest legacy. Wherever life may take you, may you always feel the warmth of Spain. And to the Secretary-General-elect, dear Arsenio, it's now your turn, and we know you're ready, you're prepared. We know that all too well your ability and determination. Together we will face the challenges that we know lie ahead, but difficulty always lies in how one reacts to the unforeseen, exceptional situations such as the pandemic has shown us. And in all these cases, dear Arsenio, you can always count on Spain. Allow me to conclude by inviting you to the celebration of the next parallel event for World Maritime Day 2024 in Spain. The theme is Navigating the Future, Safety First. And this brings me to my conclusion. Spain very much hopes we can count once again on the trust of IMO member states, so that as a member of Council we can continue with our discreet diplomacy in favour of global situations to the benefit of the entire international maritime community. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to His Excellency Mr. Benito Nunes, Secretary General for Transport of Spain. And I take this opportunity to congratulate Spain for the outstanding leadership they're providing at the President of the IMO, Chair of the IMO Council. I now have the pleasure of inviting His Excellency Vice Admiral John Fabio Geraldo, General Maritime Director of the Colombian Navy. His Excellency will be joining us remotely. You have the floor, sir.
Buenas tardes, señor.
Good afternoon. Secretary General of the IMO, distinguished delegates of the IMO, and Secretariat members, all those of you present at the Assembly. I would like to extend greetings from Colombia, a country in the Americas. We are blessed with coasts on the Caribbean Sea and the Pacific Ocean, and we have great potential for constant interaction with a range of countries, forging positive relationships of friendship, cooperation, joint development, and also constantly striving to maintain peace and maritime safety in the whole Latin American region. From DIMA, our Directorate General of Maritime Matters, the Maritime Authority, I'm delighted to take the stage at this global gathering in order to once again restate our firm commitment to continue to strengthen capacity, resources, and the knowledge and understanding of our Colombian Maritime Administration to effectively comply with IMO international instruments to which we are party, and to continue to take the necessary steps internally, which are already underway, in order to further expand our national legal framework and to make further progress towards the accession to international instruments, bringing us closer to that legal framework which the organization has constantly advocated since its establishment. As a member state, we face many challenges when it comes to connectivity, technological progress, cyber security, facilitation, transport, logistics, gender equality, and safety, among others. However, to us in Colombia, it is clear that we must keep a close watch on the trends and challenges of global shipping in this world, which is very much a part of the benefits of technology, along with globalization, bringing knowledge, verification, control, processing of information to assist in the taking of timely decisions to prevent accidents and pollution of the marine environment. Being a part of those member states who are concerned with maritime safety from all angles. We express our intentions specifically by supporting the development of bilateral and multilateral relations, attending many meetings and fora where we share the same interests, support for documents intended to update and modernize IMO instruments, more particularly to expand the approach to maritime security and to respond to other matters such as species preservation and an increase in mixed migration. Likewise, follow up to the implementation of the 2023 strategy on the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and our determination to participate in regional work to establish maritime single windows in Latin America. This is not simply a standard to comply with, but it will enable us on a daily basis to reach that balance between facilitation and maritime security. And at home, the constant job of consolidating involvement of all units within our country which have to do with the maritime sector, so that maritime safety is one element which will contribute to our country's competitiveness and to sustainable international shipping. Colombia is today a state which is ready to take part in the lessons learned and knowledge of maritime affairs, also oceanographic, hydrographic issues, shipbuilding, marine meteorology, and aids to navigation. We are also listening carefully and modestly to those areas where we need to improve. We are convinced that constancy and technical cooperation will be our allies here. And we are, in this connection, extremely grateful for the help and the support and of many member states taking part at this assembly. From Bogota, Colombia, I myself and all those men and women who are part of our Maritime Authority and are committed to maritime development would like to wish the IMO another excellent assembly session and council elections. We hope that this week will be full of friendship, consensus, and decisions which will help us to strengthen our IMO, to continue to promote values such as multilingualism, transparency, and integration, and that we should conclude our assembly not simply satisfied that we have complied with our duties, but also that we have included the outcome of the assembly in our strategic plans and our management policy within our own administrations. Only thus can we achieve measurable and effective results. And finally, allow me to express my thanks to the Secretary General, Mr. Ki-Tak Lim, for his very successful time as the leader of the organization over the last 8 years. To Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, we wish you fair winds and following seas as you take up the challenges facing the IMO in future. Colombia is ready and willing to help us to achieve the strategic goals of the organization. Thank you all for your attention.
I thank His Excellency John Fabio Geraldo for his statement from Colombia, who joined us remotely from Bogota. And now we have His Excellency Mr. Sharif Kamel, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of Egypt to the IMO. You have the floor, sir, Ambassador.
سيدة نائبة رئيس Madam Vice President of the Assembly, Mr. Ki-Tak Lim, Secretary General of the IMO, ladies and gentlemen, heads and members of delegations. The delegation of Egypt would like to congratulate you on the reassumption of the Ambassador of Saudi Arabia as President of the Assembly. And we congratulate you, Madam Vice President, and the two Vice Presidents. The delegation of Egypt would also like to express its appreciation to Mr. Ki-Tak Lim, the Secretary General of the IMO, for the great services he made during his tenure, and we particularly refer to the cooperation between Egypt and the IMO during that period. I would like to stress that I'm talking on behalf of many officials in Egypt, and when I say that you will continue to be a dear friend of Egypt, I would also like to congratulate Mr. Arsenio Dominguez for his election as Secretary General of the IMO. And I would like to stress that we will work with him to strengthen our relationship. Madam Vice President, Egypt is proud to have been a member of the IMO for 65 years. During those years, we have exerted all efforts to contribute to the achievement of the IMO goals through support of its activities and acceding to and implementing its agreements, whether with regard to maritime safety, maritime security, safety of life, and the protection of marine environment. Egypt, as a member of the Council in Category C over several sessions during that period, and always cooperated with members of the Council and the Secretariat to serve the priorities and implement the goals of the organization. Egypt looks forward to gaining confidence once again for membership of the Council during the period 2024-2025. Egypt, in its constructive cooperation with the organization, has the aim of strengthening its maritime transport. Egypt's location and long coasts on the Mediterranean and the Red Sea, which are linked through the Suez Canal, that global international artery, maritime artery, has a lot of advantages. As a result of this, 12% of international trade passes through it. All this makes maritime activities very important for Egypt in terms of economic return. The IMO is the international forum which brings together all concerned with maritime transport industry to discuss various issues of joint interest and to find solutions based on consensus. These efforts contributed to make great progress, whether at the level of maritime safety, the protection of the marine environment, or the facilitation of trade. In this respect, we would like to welcome the Gender Award, which has been developed by the IMO. In this regard, I would like also to point out the important achievement made this year relating to the review of the strategy for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, in spite of the great challenges faced in that regard. Egypt participates in the steering committee, or the full review of the midterm measures for the control of greenhouse gas emissions in order to implement that strategy and to strengthen efforts to cut emissions and to address climate change. Egypt has hosted the 27th session of the United Nations Conference on Climate Change in Sharm el-Sheikh. Egypt sought to direct the work of the conference on the implementation issues by enhancing measures taken by states to reduce emissions and to adapt to the inevitable effects of climate change, and to enhance financing, technology transfer, and building capabilities of developing states. During that Sharm el-Sheikh conference, Egypt sought to cooperate with the IMO to organize a related event. That event aimed to address the production of new kinds of fuel in the maritime field, especially the renewable fuel in developing countries. Madam Vice Chair, addressing the human element and training is one of the priorities of Egypt. Egypt seeks to comply with all the requirements of the IMO in that regard. Egypt, through its maritime institutes, as well as the Arab Academy for Maritime Transport and Science and Technology, and in collaboration with the IMO, it trains staff from a number of Arab countries and African countries in various fields of maritime transport. In this regard, the decision of the IMO Council during its 128th session in November 2022 to establish a regional presence office in Alexandria was a response to an offer put forward by Egypt in this regard. This enhances the opportunities for cooperation between the IMO and Arab countries in the north of Africa and the Middle East. The memorandum for that center was signed in July 2023 for it to start work. The delegation of Egypt would like, in conclusion, to express its gratitude to the IMO for the support it provides to all member states and its ceaseless efforts to provide clean transport and sustainable transport. Egypt will continue to cooperate constructively with the IMO and all member states in order to achieve our joint goals and our common interests. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Excellency, Mr.
شكرا معالي السفير صديقي العزيز. الساعة الآن 4 و أصحاب السعادة السيدات والسادة، لقد حان وقت الاستراحة وانتهت جلسة عصر اليوم.
And they will have an announcement to make. Delegation of Thailand.
I think better. Okay.
If Thailand doesn't have any announcement to make.
Yes, Madam Chair, Madam President, I have it. I'm ready, but just I don't know the proceeding. If you want me to go ahead or you want me to wait.
I would like to ask my colleague from Peru, would he like to make his statement now or after the break? Now? All right, I now have the honor of calling upon His Excellency Mr. Juan Carlos Gamara Skills, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of Peru to the IMO and the Second Vice President of the 33rd General Assembly, to make his statement. I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate my good friend for being elected to the Vice Presidency position. You have the floor, sir.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. Very kind of you. And a very good afternoon to you all. For Peru, cooperation and multilateralism are essential as we address global challenges. In the international shipping sector, at IMO, we deal with relevant matters which transcend national borders with a spirit of cooperation, such as safety of shipping and rights of seafarers, protection of the marine environment. IMO is particularly important for Peru because safer, more secure international shipping allows developing countries and those which are furthest from the main economic world hubs, and enables us to play a more active part in international trade and to improve living conditions for our peoples. In the last decade, under the leadership of Ms. the Secretary General, Mr. Ki-tak Lim, IMO has focused on the urgent challenge of the climate emergency in order to make progress towards a significant reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from ships so that international shipping can play a transformative role in tackling climate change and facilitating adaptation to and mitigation of its effects. Like many other developing countries, Peru is extremely vulnerable to climate change, and we are therefore delighted with the adoption by acclamation of IMO's 2023 strategy for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. My country is convinced that under the leadership of Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, the organization will continue to play a proactive role to the benefit of the whole of international society and will pay close attention to the needs of developing countries, particularly the least developed countries and the SIDS, the small island developing states. Peru has played an active part in a series of significant achievements in the organization. My country played a constructive part in adopting the initial strategy of 2018 and the 2023 strategy, and a Peruvian delegate chaired the Working Group on Council Reform, which led in 2021 to the adoption of amendments to the IMO Convention under Peru's chairmanship of the Council. Our National Maritime Authority and the Peruvian Navy firmly promote safety at sea, aligning itself with aligning national and policies and projects with technological advances and IMO regulations. In order to ensure greater safety of shipping, our Peruvian authorities have implemented new search and rescue systems at sea. We've deployed more Coast Guard units and installed new vessel traffic systems in our ports. Together with other member states in the IMO, we continue to build our capacity to face the challenges as a maritime country. We are convinced that our participation in the organization will continue to focus on the most relevant matters. Apart from climate action, Peru hopes that the IMO will have more effective programs and procedures to ensure that technical cooperation is more closely in line with the national requirements of each member state. In this way, technical cooperation will have a greater impact on capacity building in developing states and will contribute more effectively to reducing the gaps with developed countries. Finally, Peru is committed to ensure that within the organization we have greater geographical representation, which will provide more participation and involvement, influence to the developing world. Greater representativity, together with the promotion of multilingualism in the IMO, will contribute to assisting or making way for developing countries and will facilitate the adoption of consensus-based decisions. I believe that all member states will agree with Peru that greater geographical representation and growing participation of the developing world in IMO's decisions will contribute to strengthening the organization and to ensuring that its regulations enjoy greater legitimacy for national authorities and the industry. By way of conclusion, I'd like to reaffirm to this Assembly Peru's firm commitment to the IMO to make progress towards an organization which better reflects all the interests and needs of member states, leaving no one behind. Thank you all for your attention.
I thank His Excellency Juan Carlos for his wonderful statement and speaking the need for developing countries. I now give the floor to the delegation of Thailand. They wanted to make an announcement.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Good afternoon to everyone. On behalf of the Thai delegation, I am pleased to invite everyone to the afternoon coffee break sponsored by Thailand at the Delegate Lounge. We will offer you the tasty Thai snack and traditional Thai performance. And more importantly, we bring warm Thai hospitality to this building as well. Madam Chair, just the request as we a bit delay for the break. I hope that you can provide more time for the break. So, Madam.
Thank you, delegation of Thailand. I would like to seek permission from the translators, if they have their interpreters, if they have, I have their consent. Definitely we can, we've already spent an extra 10 minutes, so I request that delegations will accept that we can extend 10 minutes of the afternoon tea break. So we will come back and convene here at 4:40. Thank you. distinguished delegates, we resume the last session of the day. I hope you enjoyed the Thai tea break. I now have the pleasure of calling upon His Excellency Mr. Andreas Carlson, Minister for Infrastructure and Housing of Sweden. His Excellency Mr. Andreas Carlson.
Thank you,
You
Mr.
have the
President, Ministers, Secretary General, Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a refreshing tea break, and it's a great honor for me and a privilege to address you all today at this 33rd session of the IMO Assembly. Let me start by underlining how important the maritime sector is globally and for Sweden. Sweden is a country in the northern part of the hemisphere with a few land borders where the winters are long and the summers are bright. We have a long coastline and are surrounded by a large archipelago. Sweden always has been and still is dependent on the maritime industry and the sea. 90% of our imports and exports are carried by sea. And as a nation with strong maritime traditions and dependency on maritime trade, Sweden joined the IMO in 1959. And we joined with a conviction that the best way to ensure safe and secure, environmentally sound, efficient and sustainable shipping is through development of international regulations and standards that are globally applicable. A truly global industry such as shipping needs global cooperation and solutions. And today, over 60 years later, Sweden is still convinced of the importance of the IMO and remains committed to the work and objectives of the organization. At this assembly, many of the world's most influential government leaders in shipping and international trade are gathered, and the presence of all of you is a clear signal of the important role that IMO plays. And as a firm believer in international cooperation and the missions of the IMO, it was with great honor that Sweden welcomed the World Maritime University to Sweden in 1983. In June of this year, the university celebrated its 40th anniversary. Since its inauguration, over 5,800 students from 170 countries have graduated from the WMU. The World Maritime University has a central role in the maritime community and fosters future maritime leaders that contribute to the work and the goals of the IMO. The government of Sweden annually contributes with financial support of approximately $3.2 million to the WMU. And in addition to this, the city of Malmö provides free of charge premises for the university. And in 2021, the Swedish Parliament adopted a legal act that grants the WMU right to issue Swedish master and doctoral degrees in maritime studies, which came into effect in January 2022. This further reflects the sincere and unwavering Swedish commitment to the World Maritime University, and we recognize the important role that the university contributes to the mission and objectives of the organization. I commend the IMO and its member states for that success it has in fulfilling its mission, while also being mindful that there are challenges that need to be further addressed. The shipping sector is evolving and adapting to an ever-changing world. It is a challenge for the IMO to meet future developments and challenges such as global climate change. And the IMO is fit to prepare international shipping for the future challenges and has the capacity to develop tools that allows the maritime sector to adapt, such as an enhanced digitalization and diversity, as well as fostering the green transition. And Sweden recognizes that the IMO, as the #1 regulatory institution for maritime and shipping, has a key role in fostering this transition. The organization has proven again and again its ability to respond to the challenges facing international shipping in a timely and robust manner. The COVID-19 pandemic is a fresh example of that, and the fact that the IMO quickly adapted to the situation and was able to continue to carry out its work is highly commendable. The adoption of the 2023 IMO strategy on reduction of GHG emissions from ships also needs to be specifically mentioned as a testament of the leadership the IMO has shown in tackling harmful emissions, and this is also a topic of highest priority for Sweden. The success of the organization is a result of continued good governance under the leadership of its Secretary General, Mr. Keita Lim. And Sweden is thankful to you, Mr. Lim, for your outstanding services to the organization. And in order to be able to continue to deliver in a legitimate way, the IMO must continue to be a transparent, efficient, and inclusive organization where all member states are heard. Sweden is convinced the elected Secretary General, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, has the ability and determination to further build on the achievements of the IMO, and Sweden is committed to contribute to the continued success of the organization under his leadership. To conclude, as a country with strong ties to the maritime sector, Sweden is committed to be the future development of the sector and of the IMO, and we are a firm believer that together we can prepare shipping for the future. Thank you for your attention.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Andreas Carlson, Minister for Infrastructure and Housing of Sweden, for his statement. And now I have the pleasure of inviting His Excellency Mr. Dwight C.R. Gardner, OBE, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of Antigua and Barbuda to the IMO, and of course our very efficient and very brilliant chair of the Technical Cooperation Committee, to deliver his country's statement. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, Secretary General, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of the government and people of Antigua and Barbuda, it is an honor to address the 33rd session of this assembly. Antigua and Barbuda congratulates the IMO on a successful World Maritime Day 2023, drawing global attention to the accomplishments and strides made to protect the marine environment. We join others in echoing the sentiments of how much we have achieved in the 50 years of MARPOL, and agree that we must embrace innovative technology, decarbonization, and digitalization. Madam Vice President, Antigua and Barbuda fully endorses the IMO 2023 strategy on reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from ships that was adopted early this year. Under this thematic, we are heartened by the various initiatives undertaken by more developed countries to assist small island developing states and least developed countries to either adopt international best practices or build capacity to ensure more active participation in the international policy-making debates and decision-making. Having taken full advantage of these initiatives, we are obliged to express our gratitude to the United States for the Green Shipping Challenge program aimed to promote the adoption of sustainable shipping practices in our region, including the use of cleaner fuels, more efficient engines, and the implementation of waste reduction strategies. We also applaud the Republic of Korea for its GHG SMART program that supports the implementation of the IMO's GHG strategy through the building of sufficient human capacity. We note and welcome the comprehensive approach, which includes post-training monitoring, evaluation, and refinement. Antigua-Barbuda continues to embrace the realization of the IMO goals through coordination and cooperation, leveraging on our work with Norway and the IMO, particularly the FAL Secretariat that produced the IMO generic maritime single window system in 2019. We continue to provide in-kind support to introduce this system to other SIDS in the Caribbean, with the launch of the regional single window system scheduled for the 8th of January 2024. Madam Vice President, this is a manifestation of our commitment to the facilitation of maritime traffic. Antigua-Barbuda would like to thank the IMO for hosting the IMO Women in Maritime Associations Conference and the Women in Maritime Associations Caribbean's 6th Conference, which, by all indication, was a resounding success in the capacity building and professional development. We look forward to the IMO's continued support of women professionals in the maritime sector, which is most valuable for the associations to remain viable and effective, especially in regions where SIDS, such as the Caribbean. Madam Vice President, Antigua and Barbuda commends the Technical Cooperation Division for the vision, support, and commitment that resulted in the establishment of the annual IMO meeting of the Directors and Heads of Maritime Administrations Caribbean, known as DEMA. As the incumbent chair for the second iteration of the DEMA, I am pleased to report that based on the new scope, structure, and format of the meetings, there have been tangible and progressive outcomes that have strengthened the regulatory regimes and built capacity within the region. We are proud of the fact that steps have been taken to integrate the DEMA within the Caribbean Community Maritime Transportation Working Group, which has a direct reporting line to the CARICOM Ministerial Council for Trade and Economic Development. In closing, Madam Vice President, we join others in expressing our appreciation for the exceptional leadership of Mr. Keita Lim as Secretary General over the last 8 years, and look forward to working with Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, Secretary General-elect. We also encourage the IMO to preserve the spirit of collaboration and consensus in the realization of our collective goals of safe, secure, and competently manned shipping in a clean and sustainable environment. And I thank you, Madam Vice President.
Impeccable timing, Ambassador Gardner. You finished your speech exactly at 5 minutes. And I now have the pleasure of inviting His Excellency, Mr. Jeremiah Nyamane Mamabolo, High Commissioner to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. His Excellency, Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam Vice President, IMO Secretary General, Excellency Mr. Keita Lim, Excellencies, Ministers, Heads of Delegations, Excellencies, Ambassadors, High Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. South Africa wishes to thank the Secretary General for his outstanding leadership of the organization. We also want to take this opportunity to welcome and demonstrate our readiness to cooperate with the incoming Secretary General, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez Velasco. South Africa also wishes to express heartfelt condolences to all innocent victims globally, those of geopolitical turbulence, as well as those of weather-related disasters globally. Close to home, the IMO family has this year lost a few colleagues that have served this glorious organization diligently and selflessly. Amongst them, Ms. Mandana Mansourun of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Captain David Bruce of the Republic of Marshall Islands, and South Africa's very own son, the late Jared Blows, former chief at South Africa's Maritime Rescue Coordination Center in Cape Town. Madam Vice President, South Africa is a maritime nation with long maritime history and a heritage stretching back over 300 years, providing its citizens with a source of food, a medium for trade, and a catalyst for migration and development. The country has about 3,000 kilometers of coastline and more than 1.5 million square meters of ocean area that comprises our exclusive economic zone. South Africa's membership of the IMO dates to its early years as the Intergovernmental Maritime Coordinating Organization, following its readmission to the IMO in February 1995. After many years of isolation from participating in the United Nations and its specialized agencies. In 1997, South Africa was voted into the IMO Council. The country's participation was in recognition not only of its geostrategic position as the southmost point of the African continent and on a major shipping route between the Western world and the East, but also of its influence in the advancement of safety and quality of global shipping in general. South Africa continues to be an active member of the IMO, consistently and diligently participating in various structures and activities of the organization, highlights of which must be the presidency of the 31st regular session of IMO Assembly for the 2020-2021 Biennium and Vice Chair of the IMO Council from 2005 to 2015. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I must at this stage express my government's gratitude and emphasis that it is this body of the IMO that approved our offer to host the last edition of the organization's World Maritime Day parallel event in the port city of Durban in October 22, under the theme New Technologies for Greener Shipping, highlighting the need to support a green transition of the maritime sector into a sustainable future, while observing agreed United Nations climate change frameworks and obligations, and the principle of leaving no one behind, especially in the context of the middle-income countries, in particular the small island developing states and least developed countries. The event was held for the first on African soil. Distinguished delegates, global trade is impossible without transportation. Making efficient and uninterrupted transport operations a key trade factor. We, however, must recall the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic on global supply chains. The pandemic also forced us to agree that seafarers are essential workers and are part of the critical core elements of shipping, and that their welfare and general well-being must be guaranteed. During the pandemic, South Africa was amongst the first countries to approve and implement new crew change, and we hope that the world can attest to the display of our country's commitment to ensuring safety of navigation to international shipping traversing our coastline, as was evident in our coordination and repatriating over 100 South African seafarers stranded abroad, coordination of increased medical evacuations, successful coordination of crew changes, and management of various marine incidents. Excellencies, one of the IMO's greatest achievements this year must be the adoption of the 2023 IMO GHG strategy, which enhanced the targets to tackle harmful emissions. We especially recognize the spirit of cooperation, collaboration, flexibility, and compromise, tolerance, mutual trust, and understanding in which the IMO GHG strategy negotiations were held during MEPC 80. In this regard, we congratulate the Secretary General of the IMO and all member states on this momentous achievement, which we believe sets us all on a clear path to achieving emissions reduction from ships, as envisaged in this newly adopted revised strategy and its guiding principle. South Africa is committed to continuing working with all member states to progress this all-important piece of work. May we also add that it is our expectation and hope that future work on the strategy will continue to recognize special circumstances of developing countries, Cs and LDCs, as we also look forward to the outcome of critical work currently being carried out by an established steering committee on the comprehensiveness impact assessment of the basket of candidate midterm measures. Mr. President, as I conclude, Madam Vice President, as I conclude, looking at the agenda for this session, I have no doubt that the papers prepared for assembly and deliberations that will soon ensue will be held in the same spirit that prevailed during MEPC 80 and will continue to enrich this glorious organization and promote unity amongst members. Distinguished delegates, at this stage I can only say to you to seriously consider supporting South Africa's candidature into Category C of IMO Council on the 1st of December 23. More of this topic on Friday when we host our event. I wish to thank you for your attention.
I thank His Excellency High Commissioner of South Africa, Excellency Mamabolo, for his statement, and I have the pleasure of inviting His Excellency Mr. Phil Goff, High Commissioner and Permanent Representative of New Zealand to IMO. You have the floor, sir.
Kia ora koutou katoa, Secretary General Ki Tak Lim, Ministers, Excellencies, permanent representatives to the IMO, distinguished delegates and observers. Can I first say it's good to follow just behind South Africa, which reflects the result of the Rugby World Cup final match, which we lost to South Africa by 1 point. I congratulate my friend Jeremiah, the High Commissioner, for that. New Zealand commends the IMO for its leadership as the global regulator of shipping and for its invaluable work to promote the highest standards of maritime safety, security and environmental protection. New Zealand is proud to be a member of the IMO and an active participant in the organisation's collective efforts to find innovative and effective solutions to the evolving challenges facing today's international maritime sector. The work of the IMO is really important to New Zealand. We're a trading nation reliant on shipping. Like our Pacific Island neighbours, it is maritime transport that connects us to the world, providing sustainable and resilient supply chains. The IMO's global leadership is essential to deliver an effective framework for the maritime industry to operate safely, securely, and with environmental integrity. The IMO's international instruments enable collaborative approaches in our region, with its vast areas of ocean and relatively small population. collaborative approaches enable efficient and effective delivery, in particular of essential safety infrastructure and response delivery. The impact of climate change is also really important both to New Zealand and our Pacific neighbours. New Zealand is proud to have worked with other IMO member states at the 80th session of the Marine Environment Protection Committee to adopt a revised strategy that will reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the shipping sector. This will mean a strong contribution from the shipping sector to global efforts to address climate change. New Zealand would like to thank everyone for the constructive, collaborative approach during MEPC 80. Through compromise, good faith, and working collectively, we agreed a strategy that strives to keep the Paris Agreement goals alive. We now need to look at the challenge we've set ourselves as an opportunity. The relationships that we've built at MEPC through positive, forward-looking discussions lay a concrete foundation for our future success. I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank the IMO and its Secretariat for continuing to support the trial of hybrid meetings. The opportunity for virtual attendance has improved accessibility and allowed member states choices. The development of hybrid meetings has enabled the engagement of experts from capitals virtually in real time that would otherwise have been unaffordable. However, as an organisation, we still have a long way to go in optimising the virtual attendance experience. We look forward to working further with members to improve participation, transparency and effectiveness for the organisation. New Zealand also welcomes the expansion of the Regional Presence Scheme and the establishment of a Regional Presence Office in the Pacific. This will support greater regional coordination and enhance targeted capacity building, technical cooperation and research and development activities in the region. We look forward to seeing a positive impact on the Pacific's maritime sector, wider regional resilience and capacity to fully participate in the work of this organisation. We're also proud to be actively supporting capacity building in the Pacific through our Pacific Maritime Safety Programme. The programme has maritime safety initiatives underway in 7 Pacific Island countries, working closely with Pacific partners, government and maritime officials to develop their administration's regulatory capacity, support training and community education, improve domestic vessel safety and infrastructure, and develop capacity for search and rescue and oil pollution measures. Madam Vice President, New Zealand has a long history of commitment to this organisation and the values it upholds. We look forward to an ongoing collaboration in the development of innovative solutions to face the challenges that lie ahead to deliver safe, secure and efficient shipping while continuing to protect the marine environment. Lastly, New Zealand would like to thank Secretary-General Lim for his outstanding service to the IMO and wish him all the best for his future endeavours. We'd also like to acknowledge and congratulate the incoming Secretary-General, Arsenio Dominguez, who we know will use his experience and expertise to further develop the goals of the IMO. We look forward to a very successful assembly. Madam Vice President, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Mr. Phil Goff, High Commissioner of New Zealand. And I now have the pleasure of inviting His Excellency Mr. Nuruddin Yazid, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Algeria, and also prominent representative to the IMO. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
شكرا السيدة نائبة الرئيس.
Thank you, Madam First Vice President. Vice President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. From the outset, we would like to congratulate the President and the two Vice Presidents on their election to the leadership of our Assembly. We'd like to express our confidence in them in these posts. I would like to also express our gratitude to Kit-Tak Lim, Secretary General, for all the work he has done over his 2 terms of office. Over this period, our organisation has seen really positive development in its activities. We also thank the Secretariat for all the work they have done to ensure that this Assembly is a success, but also more generally all the work they do for us, the Member States. President, ladies and gentlemen, Algeria is a committed member of this organisation and has been ever since it joined. We have striven to achieve the goals of the organisation, taking part in all aspects of its work. We have always worked to achieve our goals in line with the aims of the United Nations generally and this organisation in particular, and we have always respected decisions taken by this organisation. We are a country located on the Mediterranean. We have 1,600 kilometres of coast, and we depend upon maritime transport for 95% of our foreign trade. And that is why we have always been interested in developing our maritime sector hand in hand with the IMO. And for this reason, we actively work with the IMO to ensure that its conventions are implemented and its recommendations are followed. Our country has developed a national strategy to put in place legislative mechanisms in our country, and we have recently ratified one of the IMO's important conventions on tonnage, and we have ratified other IMO conventions as well, so we are in line with the minimum standards. We, in our work with IMO, have put in place a strategic plan which aims to put in place the necessary strategic infrastructure which will have a real impact on economy. In particular, our work in the port of Hamdaniya, which will be able to receive 6 million containers a year, and we have also been developing our other ports as well. We are working on our legislation, and we are working to bring our legislation in line with the recommendations made by the IMSAS audit, which was carried out in 2019. President, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome the decisions taken by this organisation to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from ships. We welcome the IMO strategy, which is ambitious and clear. The strategy is a source of inspiration for us as a means of protecting our planet. All stakeholders have demonstrated that they are aware of what needs to be done and are committed to ensure that the revised strategy is implemented. We welcome the ambition which has been shown. And we hope that different mechanisms will be developed which take into account the position which different member states find themselves in, taking into account the interests of people without obstructing their right to development. This is why we want to see strengthened international cooperation as a way to help us to reduce pollution in line with the targets fixed for 2050. We would like to strengthen our work with the organisation in general, in particular on environmental matters. On the reform of the organisation, we will continue to work with member states to ensure that the different actions of the organisation continue to develop throughout the globe. Vice President, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Arsenio Dominguez, our new Secretary General. He has an in-depth knowledge of the organisation. He has a great deal of experience which he brings to this new post. We're looking forward to working together with him to achieve the goals of the organisation. And I would like to thank Kit Tak Lim once again for everything he has done for this organisation. He has focused on capacity building and the human element. We thank him for that.
I thank His Excellency Ambassador Nuruddin Yazid of Algeria, and I have the pleasure of calling upon Ms. Cristina Rezgoeva, Deputy Director General of Maritime Transport Agency of Georgia. You have the floor, Madam.
Madam Vice President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates. As a representative of Georgia, a maritime country that is strategically positioned within the Europe-Caucasus-Asia transport nexus, we extend our gratitude for the opportunity to address the esteemed Assembly during its 33rd session. Recognizing the significance of this platform, we emphasize Georgia's commitment to maritime excellence and collaboration with a strong commitment to cooperate with all IMO member states. Currently, the international trading system, technology, and climate issues are three key triggers of the change in the maritime industry. Therefore, to stay relevant and keep pace, it is necessary to align with the evolving dynamics of the shipping industry. Georgia highly praises the activities of the IMO, which is a successful time-tested model of regulatory efficiency. In its pursuit of maritime excellence, Georgia has achieved noteworthy milestones through the ratification of international conventions and active participation in significant projects. An exemplary illustration of these efforts is the recent ratification of MLC Convention. The relevant legislation of this convention will enter into force in July 2024. Moreover, in terms of implementation of IMO instruments, Georgia has started national procedures for ratification of HNS Convention and Protocol 2005 of the SUA Convention. Additionally, our ongoing agenda emphasizes the diligent implementation of MARPOL Annex 6 and ratification of Nairobi Convention. Georgia has been a huge recipient of IMO's technical assistance throughout the years and has greatly benefited from different projects and partnerships. We are grateful to all the staff involved in the ITCP implementation and major projects. The availability of IMO expertise within these projects will give proper impetus for pushing forward higher safety standards, marine environment protection, and utilization of green technologies. These and similar activities implemented by Member States and the Secretariat give a concrete understanding of sustainable development goals. Taking this opportunity, we would like to commend the work of the IMO and its staff. Your steady support towards our country is highly valuable and appreciated. Unique geographic location gives Georgia a competitive advantage for promoting regional connectivity as well as trade and transit links between major regional players. Recognizing the indispensable role of the maritime sector in securing Georgia's transit potential, we remain committed to further developing and fostering our transport corridors, including the Middle Corridor. In light of the recent developments in the region, the Middle Corridor and Georgia have proved to be a safe and reliable alternative for trade and economic relations between Europe and Asia passing through the Black Sea. Georgian government is keen on improving transport connectivity on the Black Sea. Consequently, strengthening the capacity of our port sector is paramount in positioning Georgia as an unwavering and dependable state for seamless and uninterrupted trade. For this purpose, particular importance is attached to the construction to the new deep-sea port in Anaklia. The construction of Anaklia Port shall create the favorable conditions for the development of logistics services and industrial zone in the adjacent area. Digitalization of public services, including ports and the logistics sector, has been a priority for the government of Georgia. We have been working closely with international organizations and international finance institutions on establishing maritime single window and port community system in Georgian ports. Those systems will help to improve the management and automation of port and logistic processes. Commencing January 2024, the National Single Window will be launched as a pilot project, and since September 2024, the single window will be fully implemented and operational in Georgia. And from the January 2025, the port community system will be fully implemented by Georgia. Georgia strongly supports the engagement of international institutions for the peaceful use of seas. This founding principle of international law of the sea echoes the wish of nations across this whole to engage in rule-based order, not in illegal unilateral actions that undermine the safety and security of the trade and travel by sea. We unequivocally condemn recent statements regarding the establishment of military naval base in the Abkhazia region. Such provocative actions pose a direct challenge to regional security and stability. Georgia diligently calls upon member states to collectively condemn any unlawful actions that may compromise the integrity and security of maritime territories. Our shared commitment to a rule-based order is paramount, and we stand firm against any unilateral actions that may undermine the safety and security of our borders. This speech wouldn't have been complete if we don't mention the brave and highly professional seafarers of our country, serving on the foreign-flagged ships all over the world. Last year, we have witnessed exceptional bravery of Georgian seafarers in rescuing 52 persons in Atlantic Ocean in distress. Moreover, also last year, Georgian seafarers have played a crucial role in rescuing and assisting 15 persons from a boat in distress in the Mediterranean Sea. We would like to thank the entire community of seafarers making this world interconnected. Furthermore, Georgian government's collaborative efforts with the maritime states continue to enlarge employment prospects for Georgian seafarers, with global recognition of our seafarer certificates by 73 maritime nations, including 21 EU countries. Finally, yet importantly, in recognition of gender disparity prevalent with the maritime workforce, Georgia has taken deliberate steps to promote diversity through enhanced educational opportunities and the creation of secure working environment. And in conclusion, Georgia remains devoted to its pursuit of maritime excellence grounded in the principles of international collaboration, adherence to conventions, and the promotion of sustainable economic growth, as well as active collaboration with IMO. Thank you very much.
I thank Madam Kristina Razgueva, Deputy Director General of Maritime Transport Agency of Georgia, yet another woman in maritime, for delivering her statement. And I now have the pleasure of inviting His Excellency Mr. Cho, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the United Kingdom and Permanent Representative of Democratic Republic, People's Republic of Korea to IMO. You have the floor, sir.
Madam Vice President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, I extend congratulations to the President and the Vice Presidents on your new election and express my expectation and belief that your expert leadership will make this meeting productive. In advance, I would like to seek your kind indulgence for a little long general statement, because I cannot but additionally respond to the previous statement made by Japan and South Korea yesterday. The DPRK reconnaissance satellite launch is a just exercise of the right to self-defense, aimed at correctly seeing through and thoroughly coping with the aggressive military moves of the U.S. and its followers on the Korean Peninsula, which is technically in war. And also, it is a legitimate exercise of the independent right of the sovereign state recognized under the Outer Space Treaty. In particular, considering provisions of the relevant IMO instrument, the DPRK has already issued prior notification for the satellite launch, which therefore has caused no damage to the safety of shipping and the safety of neighboring states. The UN Security Council sanctions resolutions against the DPRK are the illegal document, contrary to the spirit of the object of UN Charter and other instrumental laws, as they are product of the US and its followers' hostile policy towards the DPRK aimed to deprive it of its sovereignty and rights to the existence and development. The IMO is by no means a political organization for supervising the implementation of the UN Security Council resolutions, and there is no reason why the issue of the DPRK legitimate satellite launch is raised and discussed at the IMO forum in terms of the mandate of the IMO as a U.S. technical specialized agency. In this meaning, the DPRK totally rejects the previous statements by Japan and South Korea, which tried to use this IMO assembly meeting for the realization of their political purpose against the DPRK. From those sinister intentions, we can confirm once again that hostile forces against the DPRK are most concerned about and afraid of the enhancement of our national defense capability, like the reconnaissance satellite launch, rather than being interested in maritime safety in fact. Therefore, no matter what others may say, the DPRK will continue to further proudly exercise its sovereignty, including the launches of military reconnaissance satellites. Madam Vice President, this year marking the 50th anniversary of the adoption of the Maripol 1973, 2023 IMO GHG strategy was finally adopted, which constitutes the turning point in the initiatives for the reduction of GHG emission from ships. The next year, 2024, marks the 5th anniversary of the adoption of the SOLAS Convention 1974, one of the organization's essential conventions addressing maritime safety. The adoption itself is, of course, important, but what counts more is the commitment of all member states to full implementation term through international cooperation. In these 2 years, in the shipping sector, there appeared clear signs that some particular states and organizations try to misuse their exclusive system, services, and technologies for political purposes. Such conduct poses grave consequences to maritime safety and marine environment protection, as well as the universal implementation of the IMO instrument. The Inmarsat, the satellite communication provider recognized by the organization, sees the commercial services for the ships of some nationalities, including the DPRK, thus exerting negative effect on the safety and the ships and the mental health of seafarers sailing across the seas for scores of days, or even several months. In particular, the fact that the IMO, the organization endowed with a mission to promote international cooperation between member states in the maritime sector, approved the adoption of the resolution picking fault with the sovereign states' exercise of the right to self-defense, clearly shows that the high-handedness of some particular states drives the organization to become politicized contrary to its inherent mission. IMO should seriously review such a conduct that runs counter to the organization's principle of objectivity and impartiality, and no longer turn a blind eye thereto. Madam Vice President, under the wise leadership of Comrade Kim Jong-un, President of the State Affairs, the DPRK vigorously waged a struggle to bring about the radical turn in the socialist construction, overcoming serious challenges and hardship. The DPRK government established the 5-year national plan for maritime development and takes active measures to enhance maritime security and marine environmental protection. In recent years, the DPRK adopted and amended nearly 60 laws and regulations, including law of the DPRK on ship registration, law on ship safety, law on maritime administration, in conformity with the international standards, while progress has also been made in preparation for introduction of maritime single window in line with our specific conditions. The DPRK in the future too will strengthen and develop friendly and cooperative relations with the IMO member states true to the ideal of independence, peace, and friendship underlying our consistent foreign policy, and make every endeavor to contribute the ensuring maritime security and marine environment protection in connection with the organization's effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency Ambassador Cho from Democratic People's Republic of Korea, DPRK. We don't have much time, and I know that Ambassador of Nepal is waiting to give his statement. And may I request the interpreters to give us 5 extra minutes?
Yes, Madam.
Thank you very much. And now I have the pleasure of calling upon His Excellency Mr. Gyan Chandra Acharya, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of Nepal to the IMO. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your generosity, first of all. Madam Vice President, Secretary General Mr. Gitaak Lim, Honorable Minister, Heads of Delegations, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by congratulating Ambassador Prince Khalid bin Bandar Al Saud from Saudi Arabia for being elected as the President of this Assembly. I would also like to congratulate you, Madam High Commissioner, and Ambassador Peru for their election as Vice Chairs and other committee chairs. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the outgoing Secretary General, Mr. Gitaak Lim, for his outstanding and successful leadership of this organization and the dedication and commitment with which he carried out his duties. Let me also congratulate Secretary General Designate, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, in advance. Madam Vice President, it is important for us to look at the mandate and the works of IMO from the perspectives of his contribution to enhance a stable global economic order through a safe maritime trade and transport facilitation. As you live in a world beset with many global challenges, ranging from conflicts to economic slowdown and fragmentation, Multilateral principles and organizations have much to contribute to confront them. International trade and maritime transport play a very important role in this interconnected world to promote economic growth, reduce poverty, enhance competitiveness, achieve SDGs, and promote stability and long-term prosperity for all. An equitable global order is our common goal, including those of the landlocked countries like ours. Even the landlocked countries like mine have a stake in the maritime safety, security, and trade facilitation. And because, like everybody else, we also have almost 80% of our trade carried through the seaborne transportation, of course, through the transit countries. And the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea provides special rights and responsibilities to the landlocked and transit countries. Furthermore, thousands of our men and women work as seafarers around the world. Therefore, we all look forward to the success of this Assembly in carrying forward its mission and agenda. Madam Vice President, the maritime safety and security and facilitation remain a major issue and a constant concern for all of us. Our collective efforts should be geared towards further strengthening the safety regime and ensuring an effective collaboration and cooperation of all for the implementation of all relevant conventions. Climate change is an overriding concern for all of us in all our activities. Therefore, the finalization of the 2023 strategy on the reduction of GHG emission from shipping is an important achievement for the maritime industry, for the marine environment, and the climate change agenda as a whole. Climate change is impacting us all. We're already experiencing many implications of climate change in terms of increased floods and droughts, melting of glaciers in the Himalayas and many other parts of the world, and rising incidents of forest fires. Enhancing the contributions of the maritime transport to reduce emissions with an ambition and benchmarks would be a step in the right direction. The two other important agendas, namely the consideration of the budget proposal for 2024-25 and the finalization of the strategic plan for the period of 2024-29, would give a strong sense of direction to the organization. Madam Vice President, the human dimension is recognized as a key element not only for the safety of life on board, but also for the overall protection of the marine environment. STCW Convention and the Manila Amendments in regard to a better training for seafarers should be fully and effectively implemented while ensuring benefits to all seafarers, but particularly to those coming from the countries with limited capacity. This brings me to an important issue of technical cooperation and partnership. They play a significant role in promoting the participation of all in the work of the organization and enhancing their capacity for contributions. Therefore, while thanking the partner countries for their support, integrated technical cooperation programs need to be enhanced, in particular to those from LDCs and SIDS, who, by the way, constitute 40% of the total membership of IMO. Good geographical coverage, women in maritime, capacity enhancement, e-learning, and training should continue to be promoted with strong partnerships in the days ahead. My delegation would like to see progress in all these areas, and I wish the Assembly a great success. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Excellency, Mr. Gyan Chandra Acharya, Ambassador of Nepal, thank you so much for saving time for all of us. And I know that quite a few delegations have an announcement to make for tomorrow's receptions and teas. I would request them to take the floor. You can raise your flags. Tonight, I'm sorry, this evening. Would you like to make an announcement, please? Those who have receptions this evening, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. This is from India. It's a privilege to invite all the distinguished delegates for an evening reception being hosted by India at the first floor IMO lounge. We look forward to your participation and kind support for our candidature. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Delegation of India. Next is Delegation of Cyprus.
Thank you, Madam President. This is going to be a very brief intervention, just to remind the Assembly that the Cyprus reception will be held tonight at the Mayfair Hotel, starting at 8 o'clock. All delegates, the Secretariat, the interpreters, everybody that participates in the Assembly are invited. You will have the opportunity to taste Cypriot food and delicacies. Soft drinks and alcoholic beverages will be served as well. So don't miss it. I'm hoping to see you all at 8 p.m. till late in the evening. Also,